Hello, hello. Welcome in. Oh boy, my audio. Hold on. We're good. I had my stream blaring out my monitor. I assume it looped back through the stream, but welcome in. I feel like every week I'm like, this is the week where I'm going to start the stream and be ready. And every week I take about 5 minutes to figure out why my mic's not working, figure out why all this crap's in my background, and get everything sorted out so I'm not doing it on stream. Everything should be good now. But speaking of my background, we got a new camera angle this week. People said my camera is too high. My monitor is actually gigantic, and I have it on top of my monitor. But I have a smaller monitor next to it, so now it's on that monitor. So, welcome to the good views. We've got a lot to work on this week, but I just wanted to say thanks to everyone who's been joining in. We finally hit 50 followers on Twitch. Why do I have another stream? Oh boy. Oh no, one sec. Mute myself. Where is this audio coming from? Had my profile open in a tab when I went live. Apparently it kicked in there too. So we got 50 followers on Twitch. That's exciting. That lets us do cool stuff in Twitch, but importantly, it gives us cool emojis, which should be unlocked for all followers for the most part. We've got a few more that are still waiting for Twitch's approval. We got Dimitri here to say hi as well, but we got some cute emojis all around. Feel free to use them here, elsewhere, wherever. Looks like they work. They're little golems. I generated them all with the same tech that we use to generate items in our game. So I haven't set up a lot of the Twitch stuff yet. I still want to do some cool redeems for channel points and some other cool stuff that I have planned. But I just got approved for affiliate or whatever it's called yesterday. So still setting it all up, but that's exciting. Just wanted to say thanks to everyone. I feel like we were 1 or 2 followers away for maybe a month, and then last week we got 8 followers in a stream or something like that, so it was pretty crazy. Excited to see it. I just sorting out all my stream stuff, so you'll see we've got a new schedule. Same schedule for game dev on Tuesdays. I guess it's this way. But we're also going to start another weekly stream playing some games. I played Path of Exile last week, which was really fun. Actually just got banned for nothing last night. So we'll see. I've appealed the ban. The official ban reason was please contact support. So I'm sure it's because I had a 11-year-old account that had a password leak over the decade or something, and they just wanted me to reset it. So still waiting to hear back on getting unbanned on that, but we're going to play some other games. My wife and I might start a Minecraft series real soon, so that'll be really fun. I have so many games that I want to play. I've got a couple creators here on Twitch that I follow, game devs as well, so I want to play some of their games as well. I think it'll be really cool. Nice, glad you're official now. Welcome in, Tony. Yeah, we got the emojis. You should be able to use them, I think. There's 1 or 2 that are reserved for subscribers, and I don't think that other people can gigantify emojis like I can, but I thought that you would appreciate this one. You watched an ad when you joined. Now that's interesting because I turned off ads. They shouldn't be running, but maybe it's a pre-roll ad or something. Let me just poke in my settings real quick. But we'll see. But most importantly, we got emojis. That's really what we need. Let me look at this ads page real quick. Yeah, it says they're off. So, oopsies. Disable pre-roll ads. Ads are disabled. I just haven't set them up yet, so I didn't want them running. Huh. Okay. Well, sorry about the ad. Welcome in anyway. We'll sort it out afterwards. But yeah, we're gonna do the game dev today. We got gaming streams hopefully coming soon. I'll pick a day and I'll let you know. But also for anybody who doesn't know, we also have all our previous streams up on YouTube. You can type YouTube in the chat. You get a nice link there that you can click. You don't need to type it in yourself. But that has all of our old game dev streams, which are categorized to like, you can see which games we're working on, what we're doing in each game. It also has some of our gaming streams. So Tony was playing Gladiator Arena. I was playing Path of Exile. We've got our Terraria playthrough that we did together. Lots of fun stuff there to start, but we're going to play some more games soon. So hopefully that'll pick up. Yeah, I think we got a lot to do today. We got lots of code to write, so I guess we'll just jump on in. Let me find my OBS window and we can zoom on over. Perfect. To those that are new to Elixir Emporium, welcome. This is our crafting RPG. We built a lot of really cool systems under the hood for letting players basically craft any item they want, manipulate items however they want. Lots of stuff to do. I'm sure you'll see it. We're going to work on a lot of the item stuff this week. If you tuned in last week, we were just starting on item effects. So that's like an abstract effect that any item can have. That could be like a potion recovering your health, or equipping an item to make you bigger, a potion that makes you run faster, lots of different stuff. So we added, the first effect that we added was your model scale. We did that on stream. I've got some items to show off for that. But since then I've added a lot more effects, and we're gonna probably add some more this stream. We might add a couple, but the system itself works. We've got a lot of like architecture and infrastructure that we want to do to get it all sorted out, especially around like equipment. Like it works, but we want to get things looking a little nicer. But let me show off some of these effects that we've got. So a lot of these I haven't generated images for, and they're just kind of like test data. But I'll show off what we built last stream first. We've got our growth potion and our shrink potion. They're a good example of the kind of effects that items can apply through consumables, or you'll see some equipment in here as well where you'll equip it and get those effects while it's equipped. But for example, the growth potion, if you drink that, you done get bigger. And you can run around. It lasts for 15 seconds. So you can drink multiple, get big, real big. As big as you want, really, within the 15 seconds. The first one wore off, so, you know. We still need to do some, like, disabling of colliders and stuff so you can run around and not get stuck on trees. But you can see we're shrinking back to normal size. Feels super weird to be this size now. It feels like we're extra small, but I guess that's a good segue into our shrink potion, which we can drink ourselves in the same way. You just select it and drink it. You get nice and small. You can drink it as many times as you want. You get smaller and smaller. When we add in a lot more of the NPC stuff and give them more like almost perception of their surroundings, I feel like this might be a little bit more relevant. Where you might be able to like sneak in areas that you wouldn't otherwise fit, or maybe sneak behind people who do or don't see you. Lots more stuff to do there, but you know, it works. It was our first item effect that we built. And it's just basically the system that we've built allows you to create effects that have functionality to adjust. This is a very wordy way to say it. Basically, we are whitelisting pointers to game data. So model size is a pointer to the character's transform scale. So if you increase their transform scale, they get bigger. If you decrease their scale, they get smaller. We just let items manipulate that scale value by a certain amount. And you can also use these items and say like pour them on objects, and the same thing happens to them. Let's find an object that I feel like the bushes are a little bugged. We need to figure that out, but maybe is it some weird colliders going. Let's go to some trees outside of town. Yeah, you can pour these same consumables that you can use on yourself. We've definitely broken something. We are on the ground. Okay, shadows are weird. But yeah, you can use these potions on objects. So use the growth potion on a tree, it gets bigger. Use the shrink potion on a tree, it gets smaller. And we built some other cool effects as well. Hey, welcome in, a regular human. It's good to have you. We're just kind of recapping what we did last week. We built these 2 potions, and we built out like a system for item effects. And off stream, I built a lot more effects and got it working for equipment. So just kind of getting a sense of where we're at right now, so we know what we're building this stream. But let me show off some of these other items I built, because now that we've got item effects working, obviously you want to put them on equipment so you get those effects while you have them equipped. I made some fun little Easter egg items that maybe you'll be able to find later. We've got our giant's ring that makes you real big, and you could also potentially drink your growth potion while you have it equipped and just get real big. Obviously you still want to adjust like this fog and other stuff. I see some weird I think shader issues with our tree movements, or maybe surely I don't have a rain effect going on. What is this? Interesting. Making good progress, it seems. You know, I would say so. I think I always err on the side of thinking I could be making more progress. But it's good progress. It's all for fun, really. We're just making the game fun. Let's take off our giant's ring, go back to normal. We've also got a mouse charm that does kind of the opposite, just makes you nice and tiny. How cute is that? Scales your move speed as well, so you look a little bit more normal and not speeding around the map. But we've also got just like generic items that I used to test stuff. Running shoes, or some Air Jordans that give you better jump height. Let's see. We've got a tool belt, which I think I rigged up to work. Okay, we need to redraw the canvas, but it gives you more items that you can put on your tool belt. Likewise, we've got cargo pants, which increase your inventory space and your tool belt. Just like, basically I was trying to think, what are all the different properties that we might want to allow items to change? And so we're building out this pool of effects, and then eventually we're going to give this pool of possible effects to our AI that generates these items, and then say, generate your item, and if you need any effects to make it nice, here are all the effects that you can use. So if you generate an amber bee charm, which is equipment, maybe we don't obviously have these effects in the generation quite yet, but this might have, maybe you fly a little bit, or maybe you hover off the ground, or you're faster or something. So you're creating these new items and they have these effects that actually do something, which has always been a placeholder while we were working on this game, and it's cool to get it in the game now. Your game already seems so huge because of your mechanics. How do you keep a good overview, man? Fun fact, we've got GitHub boards on GitHub boards. Here's our latest one that we're trying to work through before we put up our demo on early access. So this was kind of, we took out all the stuff from the old board that was lots and lots of like interesting ideas, and we kind of just ripped out what we actually need before we put that demo up. So trying to keep a good overview of it. Tony and I share this board, so he's working on a lot of the brain stuff, and we're gonna integrate it together in a little bit, and I think it's gonna really bring together the game loop. So like the systems for crafting items are really fun and interesting, and like I could probably keep exploring this world and keep crafting items for however long, but you got to give them a purpose too. So we're both kind of tackling purposes in different ways. I'm trying to give equipment and items and kind of address like the world building as a function of the items that you craft. So maybe there's some areas that you can only get to if you can run fast enough or jump high enough or get small enough. So that gives a purpose to the items that you craft. If you see like, oh, there's a really tiny hole in the mountain, how am I supposed to get in there? It's kind of the same sort of like puzzle solving as the quests that the NPCs give you, but you're kind of doing it on your own. If you're like, oh, I wonder if I get really small, if I'd be able to fit and go in there. And you can. Versus like the NPCs, and they give you quests more along the lines of like, I am trying to haul all this ore back to town and I can't, so I need something to help me there. And you could give them like maybe a giant's ring that makes them huge so they can just pick it up and carry it back to town, or like a wagon or other items. We've got a lot of, I don't know if I've shown that off, but there's a lot of cool AI stuff under the hood for determining if quests get completed or not based on like the parameters of their problem and the items that you give them. Lots of cool stuff there, but I haven't really shown it off lately because we're about to rewrite most of it, make it a little bit better. We're trying to get our quests more like they work as one-off quests right now, but trying to get them to scale either to like the town level where there's something threatening the whole town and you help different people, or like if you help this guy in a certain way, his next quest should be kind of a branching off point from that based on how you helped them. So that'll be really exciting to show off, I think. This is what I remember from the first stream I watched. Yeah, I think it'll be really cool. Obviously, they're just like standing in town and not doing anything. So like the quest stuff works and talking to them works, but I think giving them like thoughts and opinions and memories and like the ability to make their own actions and do things in the world is going to be like crazy. I think it'll be really cool. Are there any other interesting items that I wanted to show off? We got extra eyeballs that maybe you want a little bit higher FOV. We don't have it in the settings, but you can equip an item for it, I guess. We got blinders if you want less FOV, I guess. Just playing around with all these different parameters that we built, the items can adjust. And then the weird one, the Eye of Madness. I don't think we'll actually let items affect this, but I did want to play around with like, how do you build this pointer system where you basically just have a target object and a target property on that object. So say like a camera and the projection style. It's obviously perspective now. I've been playing a lot of Path of Exile this last week in the new season, and I'm like, man, I really, really like orthographic aesthetics. And you could technically get it in this game by just equipping this, and now you've got an orthographic camera. It doesn't look good, and it doesn't quite like feel good either, but if you wanted it, you technically could and go a little mad, I guess. But that was kind of me pushing myself to the limits to see what this item system could do. And I still have some like weird math on how the panning works in orthographic mode, because I need to be adjusting that based on what camera style you're in, blah blah blah. But I kind of love this style, and I'm like, man, I wish I would have built this whole world in orthographic. But maybe a little Easter egg that lets you switch back to orthographic might be nice. It's very hard to play this way. I don't have like zooming in and out the camera, etc., etc. But I mean, it looks really cool. I think orthographic cameras look super cool, and I always forget how much I like them. But it's cool. This is so cool. I'm wondering if it's actually possible to make a first-person game that uses orthographic camera, so it makes sense. I've actually been wondering that a long time, too. I always think of, like, making it's like a silly premise for a game, but, like, trying to get home from the bar at night when you're, like, really drunk. I don't drink a lot, but I do think that cameras are really, really cool for doing a bunch of effects that might be interesting. I think obviously like FOV you play a lot with for like tunnel vision and kind of these transitions that could be cool, but an orthographic camera on that would be really, really interesting in first person. Let me see if I can. If I bring the camera, oh right, I need different size. So if I bring it up, make it more like first person vibes. I guess this probably isn't going to work because I need to be able to look up and down. Yeah, we're getting clipped to the heights. But yeah, I feel like that'd be a really cool idea. You should play around with it. I'd love to see what you make. Yeah, I've totally borked the camera playing around with stuff, but that's kind of where we're at. We've got this system. We are kind of hard coding in the wrapping effects of how to manipulate these things. This is our kind of whitelist for different properties that items can have. We'll obviously add a lot more. There's a lot of other kind of secondary properties that might make sense to add that are more just like properties on the character versus manipulating game data as much, like the camera FOV and stuff like that. I've kind of put together just a placeholder for a lot of that might exist in this entity stats container that we could theoretically like put on objects and NPCs and stuff, so potions would work the same on all them. If you give them a float value and make them float, they would float, but so would you, so would an NPC, etc., etc. I think it'll be really cool to have these potions in the game that you've crafted that have effects on you, and then if you give them to an NPC, you'll be able to see that same effect on them. But we don't have, like, combat is a big thing. Like, there's no reason to add health and mana and, like, health regeneration and armor and damage and accuracy and all that probably will be in the game eventually, but since we don't have any combat in the game, there's really no reason to add those effects to items quite yet. So I've been kind of going wild on the other effects. So I think that's still a whiles off, but there'll be some cool stuff there. Although we do see combat and building systems as great potential extensions. Yeah, I would show you in Path of Exile if I weren't suspiciously banned. But they actually have a really cool building system, Tony. I don't know if you've seen it. You can build your own base in there, and they just have like all of the game assets just like free to use. You just drag in whatever you want and place it in your base. So like if you want to make it a snowy mountain with torches everywhere and like enemies walking around, you can do that. If you want to make it like a forest or like tree houses and stuff, you can just drag in items and it I feel like other people can probably come to your base. I feel like that's the point of it. But I saw that and I was like, that's so cool. I would love to be able to do that too. But I do think, yeah, building is another thing that we want to add eventually. I think it's a little bit further off than crafting, but it might make its way in sooner because we want to do these custom workstations as well. So like the anvil does blacksmithing by you put in an item, it has a prompt, it manipulates the item. Basically the logic for it is text. And I feel like we'll be able to do some really cool workstations where we generate that text, but we let the player say like, I want an item duplication machine, and then it just works. So that would be super cool. I just saw your PC specs. Why did you build in 128 gig of memory? I forgot that I have 128 gig of memory. Yes, I do. I wanted a machine that would last a long time. I was using my old desktop with like 8 gig, or it might have been up to 16 gig of RAM when I was using it for a long time. And I was starting to get like, every time I alt-tabbed back into Unity, it would rebuild for 4 or 5 minutes at a time. And I was like, I don't ever want to do this again. I'm wasting so much time. And by that process, like wasting money effectively, I just wanted to get a beefy boy that doesn't get in my way so I can actually focus on the game. It's been very, very nice. Like, I also used to manage my RAM by like every few hours I'd go and check to see if there was any like Chrome tabs using 2 or 3 gig of RAM, and I'd see stuff slow down. I'd just kill them all, and it just takes up so much of my time. But I do admit 128 might have been a little bit of overkill, but big numbers are good, right? If we can get the underlying systems to generate unique item effects that players can see and feel. Yeah. That's going to be, I think, really, really cool. I think in a crafting RPG, like, the more systems that we can add in that let players manipulate items in like a predictable way, but also they can feel the output, like feel that it's different and not just like you renamed the item. I think that's going to be super cool. And I think this still feels a little bit like sandboxy. Almost, I mean, not quite like Minecraft sandboxy because we have NPCs with quests and stuff, but if you want to go out and figure out how to craft the Philosopher's Stone, like, or something, if you see an ad for this game and it's like, you can craft anything you want, and you really want to prove that wrong, and you're like, I'm going to craft the Fountain of Youth, or Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, or something, like, you technically can. You just need to figure out how. And so I think the more systems that we can give players to, like, more guidedly affect those item manipulations, that's going to be super cool. Because I can. That's the Chroma going way. Yeah. We got a little bit of funding to start out our studio, and we wanted to make sure we weren't just wasting the time that we had on the puny hardware that we had. Sitting here with 32 gig. Yeah, that's probably a solid amount. I think, I can't remember if I had 8 gig or 16 gig, but it definitely was not enough. I hope 32 gig is enough for you. Seems like it is. Your streams are solid. Actually, let me shout out Irregular Human. He's making some cool stuff. He's got a horror game. If you like trains, if you like shredding stuff, if you like collecting stuff, seems like it'll be a good vibe. He's also a cool dude, so really win-win there. 32 is absolutely bomb. Yeah, I feel like I should probably upgrade my wife's computer too. I feel like she has 8 and I just built her, or maybe she has 16. I just built her a desktop last year and she started streaming as well, so be nice to make sure she's good to go. Also, Irregular Human, I think in your stream you were mentioning that you were applying for Twitch affiliate, I think, or you were filing paperwork or something for it. I actually also just got it, and I just added some emojis, which is probably my favorite part of it, but we've got little guys in the chat now. I think you should be able to use them if you're following, but they're fun. Let's see here. Let's get rid of this guy. Awesome. Yeah, my wife got it so much faster than me. I feel like I was sitting at like 4 people from it for so long, and I was like, I don't know if I'm ever gonna get it. And then one stream I came in, and actually I think it was the stream you rated me. Maybe. But we got like everyone and then some. So I was very, very happy about that. Thank you. But I guess we can start getting into some code. I think there's a few different things that we could do. Let me double check. There's smaller bugs and stuff that aren't on this board. But I think we really just want to, I think we need to finish out kind of the stuff that we started last week. I ripped out like the aggregate stats in your equipment panel to get our new item effect system working, so we need to build that back in. And that might be priority number 1. Maybe we'll start with that. There's obviously a bunch of like blacksmithing stuff that is still kind of work in progress. Like we don't even have item icons for a lot of the stuff you can make. But it's probably lower priority since blacksmithing is meant to be like a whole skill that we'll flesh out. So maybe let me just jump on in this. Let's take a little look around. But I think what we'll start with is when you equip items, we want to get all those aggregate stats showing now that they actually do stuff. Let's see though. So for example, if we equip some Air Jordans, we see +3 jump height and +5 movement speed. We should be seeing the totals down here. So if I were to take, what else I got? Some running shoes. We should have +10 movement speed down here, and I gotta kind of normalize that spelling, I guess. But we're gonna get that working first, I think. It's a small thing, but it's a nice thing to warm up with, I guess. I don't really know how many people I rated with, but Risky Biscuit was there. Remember? Yeah, I think it was like, it wasn't too many people, maybe like 5 or 6, but you know, your peeps are good people as well. They gave me some follows too, and I appreciate throwing me the bone. So that's all it took, I guess. We gotta sync up our schedules so I can raid you sometime too. Yeah, you run so fast with the move speed attached. Probably too fast. Also, yeah, I'm seeing this shader effect again. I feel like what's happening, we have this effect on our trees, which is a like custom shader that I used from an asset that makes them wiggle like this. And I noticed a couple streams ago that we also have it applied to our like herbs and plants on the ground that you're not seeing because I assume they're being stretched like this. But let me see if I can kind of hunt down. Yeah, there's some weird stuff. But I think they are like trying to wiggle and getting stretched or something. But yeah, definitely a visual thing that we're gonna need to fix. But maybe not the priority right now. Let's go check out our Equipment panel. Let's get back into the code. Let's see if we can figure out what we're doing here. So, in our equipment panel, oh, wrong window, or wrong screen, I guess. Alright, so we ripped out the aggregate stats here because we were parsing strings and like converting them into values that we could aggregate together. Now we actually have proper effects that have a stat to modify, a modifier value, a modify type. It's very semantic now. So we should be able to aggregate them together a lot nicer. While I am here though, let me normalize this. We've got this effect line on item that maybe we should treat this as more of like a override for what we would show, because I'm noticing that I can't trust myself to use the same words of like move speed versus movement speed. But I feel like if we were to just leave it blank, we could infer what should be shown here based on the actual properties that we're using. So here we could say like +5, add 5, +5 move speed this way. If we infer it from the code, if it's blank, otherwise we could add our own. But this would also like +3 jump height. I feel like that would work. And that might be better because already I'm using the wrong words for things. So belt size, inventory size, I feel like that'd be fine. So we'll probably do that later. But what I want to do is get this aggregation working. So let's see what we can do. So we've got our stats panel. When we open it up, we check our player's equipment inventory, grab out the items for each slot, populate the inventory window with those items, and then we have callbacks for when you add an item to the slot and when you remove an item from the slot. And that's how we are applying those effects or removing those effects. And also updating the UI to say this item's equipped here, this item has this effect, and so on. So when we do that UI updates is where we want to redraw the aggregate stats text. And that gets called both when you equip an item here and also when you unequip an item. It's just going to remove that effect and then call onEquip with an empty slot, so it's going to get called again. So here what we can say is basically what we're going to do. Interesting. We will loop over all of the equipment in the equipment inventory and build a dictionary of stat to modify value pairs. Let's close this. Let's look at our item effect to get the enum name for our stat to modify, stat modifier. So our dictionary is going to be that and float for the amount being modified. This might not work eventually because we are going to need to handle the different like modifiers, and I don't think you can just straight up like aggregate stuff like that. You need to do them in a certain order. But we're gonna start with this, and we're gonna take out our failed parses logic that we had as well for things that wouldn't add together, like adding orthographic vision. We'll probably bring that in, but we don't need to deal with it quite yet. All we did there was just append it to the end. Alright, so here For each equipped item, if it's an empty slot, we continue. So we know that there's an item here. What we want to do is say, if there's a aggregate stat with the current item's stat modifier, then we want to add our value to its value. Otherwise, we just add this initial value. And I'm not quite sure yet how we want to adjust the modifier types, but let's roll with it. So we say if aggregate stats dot keys dot contains slot dot, or actually we need an inner loop here to go over all the effects on this item. So that is going to be, what's our effect? Consumable effect. Okay, so each item can have lots of different effects. If the effect is while equipped, which it should always be because you can't equip it otherwise, but I guess we should double check that. Then we say if we already have an aggregate, we add our modifier value. Otherwise we set that initial, but this isn't quite right because we need to switch on the modifier type operator here. And that's going to be stat modifier type dot add, etc. So here we'll add to it multiply. Yeah, I don't think that this is going to work. Tony, please bop me on the head. But I feel like we can't just like, if we're looping through an array of items and stats, one of them has +5 strength. Oh boy. And then another one has +5 strength. And then another one has like ×2 strength. And then another one has +5 strength. We basically need to do all the addition first. So we'd get 15 strength times 2. Right? Because otherwise we get 10 strength times 2 is 20 strength. We get 25 strength that way. Is doing all the addition first right, though? Probably. Because doing the multiplication first, like we have some base strength on the player, say like 10 base strength. If we did the addition first, we add in our base strength, we have 40 total strength. If we did the multiplication strength first, we do 10 times 2 plus 15, so we get 35. I feel like this one makes more sense to the player. Do the multiplications last. Yeah, and same with like, I think we can divide, that's going to be last as well. But like if I were playing the game and equipping items, I would expect the multiplications to be last. Or, I mean, there's not too many items that I see in games that let you say like ×2 strength. But yeah, I would expect that to be after all my other additions, I think. Good call. Clear, subtract, add, divide, and set. Yeah, I guess set also needs to be, I guess it could go first or last. If we have an item that says like set your strength to 100 and you equip other stuff with plus strength, I feel like just seeing a final value of 100 strength would be fine. Because you're like, oh yeah, I guess set is last. You could also make it first and then do like, you end up with 135 strength or 140 strength. But I feel like if we do set last, So what we're seeing here is our order of operations is additions, subtractions, multiplication, division, and then set and clear. I don't think we have others. Set, clear, multiply, divide, add, subtract. Yeah. So if we have an item that says like clear your strength, doesn't say that. It says like set your strength to 0. That'll also happen last and you'll end up with 0 strength. I think that's fine. That lets us do some cool items that are like, you gain this ridiculous thing, but your health is set to 5. So how best should we loop through this to ensure that our operations are done in the right order? We could sort the effects by the operation they're doing. We could do like a command pattern where we are creating a list of like add 5, multiply 5, etc., and then we sort that. I feel like we should just sort the effects into the right order. And we're gonna probably make a new variable here because I feel like if we sorted them in place here, it would actually modify the item data. So sort a copy of the item's effects by modifier type. So we will say list sorted effects sorted by. That's not. I feel like I could like create a sort, but I'm pretty sure we just want to. Not really familiar with the link syntax of sorting. But let's take a look at it, I guess. So modifier type is an enum, which is just an int internally. So if they were ordered here in the correct order, then that would work for a sort. The problem is I've already done this order and I've created game data. So if I were to reorder this, the actual internal representation of like this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, the internal value is going to change. So if I put multiply at the start here for this item, the modifier type on this would change to a different value instead of just reordering as you'd expect. So what we can do, we probably should have this in the correct order, I think. So we might just need to go change the game data that we've created for these items. But I do think that that probably makes the most sense for like future-proofing it. As long as we have a little comment here saying stat modifier types are in the order that they should be applied in for stat aggregation. And so if we do, what was it? These first, these at the end, and then set and clear at the end. So let's just do that. Add, subtract first, multiply, divide, set, clear. So over here you'll see we have some items with multiply. So when we save this, now that it's reordered, they're probably going to change to something else. But luckily we don't have too many items, so we can adjust them. Oh, they're multiply still. Seems wrong. Oh, right, because it's multiply didn't change. We just moved stuff around it. But like here, where we had plus 15 peripheral vision, we now have minus 15. So we'll just change some of these. I'll do these items real fast. There's only a couple of them, just so we don't run our head into the wall later wondering why we did something that doesn't make sense. Looks like it just kind of inverted all the adding and subtracting. So what was subtracting is now dividing, so we'll just subtract that way. We could, I mean, if there were more items, we could have written a script to update all this for us, but luckily I think we quote-unquote caught it early enough. Be interesting to see an item that gives you negative inventory size. Probably just clamp that to 0. Ring of Mag, blah blah blah. So this, right, we had it to set to 1, and then 0 is perspective. So multiply by 6, multiply by 2, 200%, yeah, that's right. Tool belt, add 3. Cool, we are back to where we are, but now the item effects are, the modifier types are in the order that they should be applied when aggregating lots of stats together. So we can just order by that internal enum now. So now, sorted effects should apply in the correct order now. And we still need to do this switch on the different effects, but I think they'll be right. So here, let's case blah 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 dot subtract. And multiply, let's do divide. And then for set and clear, it's a little bit less defined because they're kind of inversions, but in order to invert a set, you need to store what the value was beforehand, which we're not doing. And to invert a clear, obviously you need to store what the value was beforehand as well. So we're kind of leaving these in as hand wavy things. We only have one item that sets right now, and it's just, I think the invert of it sets it to 0. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on those, but we're not doing too much of those right now. Let's do set and clear. And so as it is right now, we'll come back to this in a second. But with this order of operations, if you had 2 items, one said set your strength to 100 and one said clear your strength, set it to 0, you would get the 0. I think that's right. That's right. You don't want to be able to sidestep those downsides. But we do need to incorporate this like base value. Because if you have one item that says times 2 strength, and it's the only effect on the item, you're going to come in here, the aggregate stats doesn't have strength yet. You're going to set it equal to 2. You're not going to multiply it by 2. So what we should do is, we really want to be having a check to see if we have this value. Otherwise, we default it to some base. And so that could be this is why I have 128 gig, but not working. We probably want to default it to like this value. Excuse me. And probably have a mapping of all the different attributes that items can affect on here. and this is like a base value for the player. So if we didn't already have a value for this aggregation in here, we would just pull it from the entity stats container. I think that makes the most sense. So we'd be able to say, like, if, let's say, well, we don't, oh, we know this is always for the player. So we can say player database.instance controller dot, you know what, we'll just do the reference now. So we've got our base stats. We can say base stats dot get stat value, or get base stat for effect.stat to modify. We'll write that function in a second, but that's going to give us our base. But we only want to do that if we don't already have an aggregate, so that's fine. We can say let's do this and say if that, then our base value is that, otherwise it's this. You earlier mentioned you guys got some funding. How did you do that? It's a great question. Oh, I love the little emojis. They look so cute. We went with some venture capitalist. We basically just did the traditional thing of doing a company. I've got a little bit of background because I ran notebook.ai for like the last 10 years. I didn't go through funding for that, but I got a little bit of exposure through people trying to give me funding through that. And also, Tony was a big help. He's got a little bit more of a background in it. But basically, we approached the studio as kind of a company where we both come from AI and are big gamers. So we saw a lot of potential for the kinds of games that would be unlocked by adding AI to games. And we basically took that, we made a pitch and pitched it to a bunch of people and said, we want to make a game studio that builds these new kinds of games. We got really lucky and got some interest pretty early on, and I think they liked us. And I think we got some good investors on board that are big gamers, and they obviously want to see like a successful company, and the incentives are aligned really well there, because in order to be a successful company, we really need to make a successful game. But it does give us a lot of really good room to like build all the infrastructure and stuff like that needs done, the hard tech stuff behind the game. So we built, I think I've already shown off like our API that we built, which we're about to add some more stuff to. So it's a little bit visually broken right now, still works. But we built a big old bit of infrastructure for our own games for managing our API keys to different services, centralizing all the generations and stuff across different services, tracking all that data usage and also how much it costs, and really just giving us a lot of cool stuff that lets us say like change models on the fly, even when we've already deployed a demo to Steam and some other stuff as well. So I think the investors really appreciate a lot of that too. But in going the investor route, I think that gave us a lot of freedom to build out this cool tech stuff that, I mean, hopefully we can get other people to use them, and that's kind of how we expect to keep going in the future. Obviously a very successful game eventually, but more short term, I think an API where we are kind of showing off like this is what you can do with this API, because I mean that's what we use in our own game. Hopefully that'll excite some other developers and get them to add some of these interesting features to like new games or stuff that they're building. And that's more short-term funding, but we got a little bit of funding and we're stretching it as far as we can. So making cool stuff in the meantime. Are there any drawbacks? Like, do you need to pay back some money in case you don't manage to make a successful game? We do not. I was really worried about that. Tony had my back and would like reassuring me every day. But if you go the company route, I think it's a little bit different for like the publisher route, where you have more of an upfront cost and then you recoup that over time, where they've kind of like funded you in the meantime. At least with like this very traditional company structure that we have, even though it's just the two of us, they have invested money and we have sold them a percentage of that company. So, I mean, we still have the owner rights, the majority, all that jazz, but we have a really strong vision, and I think that's where it should be. But the upside of that is like, if we're successful, they get a percent back of everything that we make, which is a lot better for them long term if we are successful, because a continuous percent back is way more than like paying back however much they would give upfront one time. I think I'm still learning a lot of this, but I think I really like that the incentives are aligned for everyone. Like, we have majority control of the company, so we can say like, we really want to make this game. We don't really need to, for the most part, like compromise and say like, we need to make a mainstream game that will sell to everyone. It's like, no, we have the ability to say like, we really want to make this specific game that we really want to play. We think people will like it. We could do some really weird stuff if we want, if we think it would be good. And they want us to succeed because they are going to take a percent of that effectively forever, or a percent of the company. Like, it's very hand wavy because there's no sales of the game. There's no paying them back for now. They're really just banking on us as developers to create something cool eventually. So don't need to pay back money, but I do feel very grateful and indebted a little bit to like make something really cool for them. So it's a nice motivator. But like, real talk, if the company were to shut down tomorrow, like, there's nothing we pay back. It's just we've failed and they don't give us more money. But we were able to work on this for as long as we did, and we're trying our best to make a cool game in the time that we've got. I think something like this would never be possible where I'm from. Sounds way too risky from the investor's side to me. Yeah, I was honestly surprised. I mean, we pitched for however long it was. Like, we put together the pitch deck and said, like, here's the market for games, and, like, we're both big gamers, so we've got a lot of good background there. Like, I was surprised that people showed interest and, like, believed us, to be honest. Like, they should. We really just want to make a really cool game, but yeah, it's a huge financial thing for them. Or, I mean, the amount that they gave us is really small for the investors that we went with, But it is a big jump for them. Like, it is a big risk for them. And so I think what really helped us, to be honest, was AI was really hot last year. It's still pretty hot right now. We had really good timing, conveniently, for like taking, like, this is back when, like, was ChatGPT starting to blow up last year, I think. And so we were like, yeah, imagine all of your NPCs were ChatGPT. Like, that in itself was crazy a year ago, I think. But we also showed off all these different things that we could do under the hood, like using ChatGPT to generate JSON data, which we serialize into game data, and like using it to make these decisions that we can serialize into the game decisions. All of that was kind of just an idea of like, here's all this cool AI stuff that we can do to make new kinds of games. And I think we talked to the right people, because they were like, oh, AI stuff and ooh, games. I like both of those things. I would like to get in for a small amount. And we got enough people that would put in a small amount that we had enough to start our studio, which is really, really cool, I think. But yeah, it's a big risk for anyone, but I don't know if I should give away numbers, but just like hand waviness, if you had real investors, like company investors that are putting tens of millions or more into companies every year, and you go to them and you say like, hey, I have 10 other people that want to put in $20,000 into this fund to start a company or something like that. Like, if they're putting in tens of millions of dollars into other companies and you offer them enough percent of your company for 20,000 or something, obviously we played the numbers the best we could for the sake of the best game we could make, but it's a lot less of a risk from their perspective when you go for those small numbers. And really, also one of the big things that we see is the gaming industry as a whole is really, really... There's a lot of people that need to know a lot of different things. And so one of the things that we have kind of leaned on is AI in our development process as well, and AI for generating these assets and generating code and animations and textures and stuff. And so some of our pitch was like, we don't need to hire these people that would normally cost more to have. We can do that with AI. And I think that was really attractive from a like cost perspective for them as well. How much percent do they get actually? Well, I'm not gonna open up like my company tracking thing on stream, but I want to at least, I can't remember offhand like the magnitude. I feel like it was a very small amount though. Let me see. And let's see here. I mean, also in the like company structure that we have, it's pretty natural to give a small amount at the start, and then you keep a large amount both for yourself and also for future investors or something like that. So if we wanted to raise more money later, we have the percentages that we still own that we could give more out and still have majority stake. Trying to see if I can actually see what percentage went where. Yeah, I can't really see very easily without like going back through the contracts and stuff, but I want to say it was on the magnitude of like, we gave 10% of the company split across all those investors. So like between Tony and I, we still have 90% ownership. We can take that and do what we want with that. Like, we are the voters, we make the decisions, but they own that stake so they can get repaid later. But it's a really small amount, and that is the number that you adjust. Like, when you find investors and they're like, ooh, it's a little bit too much risk, that's the percent you adjust. Or like, oh, I'll take less money for more percent. Just to find the number that makes sense for everyone. But once you find some like bigger investors that agree to this amount for this percent, in my experience with this so far, it has gotten a lot easier to go to other investors and say, this big guy said he'll give us this amount for this percent. Do you want to do the same? And a lot of people are like, ooh, I really think that investor is a really good investor and I value their opinion. Yeah, I want to do the same, please. And yeah, I think we did the right thing to get a lot of little investors. And I think if you were to get a bigger investor, like a single one, it's going to be a lot more risk for them. And it might be harder to get that like favorable percent where you still own the majority of the vision. Like, we have an idea for a game we want to make, and we don't want to compromise on that because we think it's going to be an amazing game. We don't want these investors to be, or like investors in the general sense, to be like, no, actually I need you to make Pokemon because Pokemon makes money. So that's kind of my, not quite a rant, but just going on. We structured the studio as like a proper company rather than trying to go through a publisher to publish a specific game. So our company makes games, and it also makes this AI API. We use that API for our games, and it all kind of meshes really well, I'd say. If that makes sense. Good question, though. And yeah, I think Tony is heads down coding, but I'm sure he's really the expert on the business stuff. So he'd probably have a lot more to say, and you could probably ask him too, if you want more suggestions or you're just looking for feedback or anything. I'm very like, yeah, that makes sense. That's right? And he's like, yeah, that's right. So I rely on him a lot to walk me through like the cap tables and who gets what percent and what kinds of shares and all that jazz. He's much more of an expert than me. But at a really high level, I think that is what we did, is just make a company rather than try and publish a game. And maybe you'll be able to too. Back to stats. I've derailed myself, but that's totally fine. What we've done is kind of repurposed the stats container, I think, into a container for base stats. And I'm just now realizing we might not want to do that because we would need to structure it in a big dictionary of basically this structure of the stat and its base value. But I really try not to do that because you can't easily serialize dictionaries in Unity, and I don't want to like write the code for all these default values. Irregular, you might be a good one to ask here. I know that you can just like get Odin or like Google some serializable dictionary objects that you can start using instead. Do you use any of that? Like, I feel like dictionaries not being serializable in the Unity inspector is a bane for me that keeps coming back, and I never know what the solution is. I'm curious what you do. You use that for your overlay, like a scriptable, or not a scriptable, a serializable dictionary instead. I feel like they always get so complex when I start to write them, and I never end up actually finishing them and getting them working. I think I wrote a wrapper for the serializable dictionaries, but mainly ChatGPT helped me out on that. Wasn't a wild thing to do. Okay. Let me, before I go straight to ChatGPT, let me see if I can Google a little bit of like structure. Because I feel like I'm gonna need to like inherit from a dictionary of a couple types. And maybe I need to make like a different serializable class for each like type of dictionary. Like it pretty much worked right off the bat in 3 minutes, so I don't really remember. Nice. Well, I'm glad that it worked so fast. I think I've written this like 4 or 5 times, so I'm probably not going to try it on stream again. But maybe I will come back to it and get it working off stream. But for the time being, we can do a little janky approach. And what we can do is take this, build our public dictionary, consumable effect dot stat modifier, float base value, and then let's just stick a we can just initialize with our whitelisted stats. And then we'll replace this with our actual stuff. So let's do this. I haven't actually used any of these yet, so they're fine to just rip out. And we can just say for each in our stat modifiers here. Can I get the values? Yeah. And then I'll just set them all to like 0 or something to initialize them as having keys with values. And then for some, maybe I can just say like base value for move speed sets to this, health sets to this. Should be able to do overrides here. Need to go AFK for a bit, leaving you a lurk. Thank you. Always nice to have you in here. Come back whenever, or don't. Nice to have you, and I'll see you in a bit. But now, actually, let's throw this in awake. So now our base values have default values for anything that has an entity stats container. Let's clear this out. And so in our equipment, we can just say that, although we probably do want this nice function so we're not like dealing with nulls. Let's generate it real fast. Base stat for stat to modify, we just return that and then to do null checks. Should be good there though. And so now that we have the base value, that is what we can I was gonna say that's what we can modify here, but we really need to be like stacking something on top, because we can either modify this base value or we need to keep a like aggregate delta value or something like that, because we're gonna get the same base value in each loop iteration. So I feel like let's just go with updating the base values, and then we'll reset them at the end. So here we're actually no longer using aggregate stats at all. We're just using our base value instead. So let's take this out. So we see some errors. Base value now always has it because we know it does. We just set it over in there. So now we can take this out as well and just update the value itself. Let's do this actually. How do you get multiple cursors in Visual Studio? Control Alt click. And then once we've modified our base value, we will set the new base stat, which we will also generate a method for and go write that code, which is literally just that, yeah. And yeah, these probably should be internal instead of public, but probably doesn't matter too much. Cool. Let's say new value, and we're really not using this as a base that we are applying delta changes to anymore. We're just saying current stat value. So now when we equip an item, we go through all of the effects on that item, sorted it for our order of operations. So each item that we have equipped, for each effect on that item, if that effect applies while equipped, which is what we're writing the code for, we get our player's current value, we modify that value, and then we set our new value. That should make sense. I mean, that should work. And then when you unequip an item, it's just going to do the same, where you get the player's current value, do the opposite. And then you apply the opposite operation and set the new value. That makes sense. Alrighty, so we didn't address percentile changes. I think I'm gonna hold off on those. We don't have any items that use them yet, and they just add more complexity here. So let's take a quick look at some items. Oh, and we actually got rid of them off the effect type itself. So alright, that works perfectly. Let's get rid of all this jazz, which was just our old parsing stuff for string values. So now what we have is the items are now all equipped. The effects are applied to the player, and we want to show those effects. I'm realizing we didn't pay attention. So actually, we already apply all those effects to the player. And here is where we want to be editing the stats container, I think. In our redraw aggregate stats text, we probably don't actually want to be applying it to the player. We just want to show what has changed. It's literally just the code for showing what stats are being changed by your equipment. So we may have reinvented the wheel a little bit. But it's just a little bit wonky because if you have items equipped with +5 strength, +2 strength, and ×2 strength, what we should show down here is probably +7 strength and also ×2 strength, right? Like, you want to be able to see both of those. You wouldn't want to collapse these into like +14 strength, because it wouldn't make sense if, say, your player already had 20 strength. You're going to want +7 and then ×2, because you'll have 54 strength or something in the end. So really what we need to be aggregating here is like almost 3 different lists of item changes. I feel like I'm making this way more complicated than it should be, but just trying to think through, like, it's a lot of edge cases. I guess, let's see, the C# have a tuple of 3 dimensions. A value tuple, is that real? Because that might work. Value tuple of consumable effect dot stat modifier type. So the stat being adjusted, the operation that is being applied to that stat, and the value that operation uses. That's the 3-dimensional aggregation that we want to store here. So symbol effect dot stat modifier type. Wait, what are we doing here? We want stat modifier, right? Yeah. Stat modifier type and float for a value. So that's apparently a real data type, I guess. But what we can do now is just say, a little to do here for my future me for collapse stat modifier type, but we can just say for each consumable effect in slot.item in this slot.effects aggregate stat. How do I set in this? New tuple value. Okay. Wait, value tuple? Oh, yeah. Dot create. So I can create this value. Do I just add? Why do I have audio? Oh, it's coming from this page. Okay. So we want var effect modifier is equal to value tuple dot create that, and then we say aggregate stat dot add dot Because if we treated it like a 3D array, it would basically be effect.stat to modify effect.modifier type is equal to effect.modifier value. But obviously that's not the right syntax. So how do we get this value tuple? C# add value tuple. Oh, you know what? We don't actually need that. Because this isn't like a lookup table. This is literally just a single value, single tuple. Because this is actually the value of what we want. Be like that, and actually now we could just use it to regular tuple. Take that guy out, create the tuple. I feel like I'm just fighting C# syntax here. I might just do a manual 3D array. Because we can just do a dictionary of key tuples to values. So we would do something like that. We make our key is a new tuple. Stat to modify, modifier type, which is the math operation. And then we would say stat deltas for that key is equal to a modifier, or our effect dot modifier value. I think this effectively is this switch, just putting that as a placeholder. But I think this would give us comments everywhere today. This would give us a syntax or a structure of like move speed add would give us a total of 5. or let's use strength here, because down here we'd get +5 strength. This would be our key. Let's add this like as we would down here if it was a add. So we see this first item, we now have, this is our full dictionary. It is strength add 5. We go down to the next item, we get another strength add, so same key, we're adding 2 to that now. Or not adding 2. And then we go down and see this, so it's actually strength multiply as a new key, and that'll be 2. So all of the same operations. Let's say we have one more item that's -3 strength, which we will collapse into just adding -3. That will say strength add. We now subtract 3, we get 4. I think this will work. And then when we're showing, we just loop through this dictionary here for our total values. And so this will convert to +4 strength. And this will convert to ×2 strength when we show that in our window here. I think that's right. It's probably right. All right, let's just do it, see if it works. So I wish that we could default this to 0, but we will do that. Here, let's say float modifier value is 0. How do we want to do this? Let's just say if we're getting there. We'll have a couple false starts, but we'll get there. All right, so here we are going to collapse our additions and subtractions into one category of add. We will collapse our multiplication and division into one category of multiply. And we won't collapse these, so they'll be separate. Let's do it like this. Even though they are kind of inverses, we'll show them both. So if you have one item that says set your strength to 100, and another item that says set your strength to 0, I guess you'd see both. That's a little bit weird, but we're not going to have many of those items, so we can address that later. We just want this to work. So we say if effect dot stat modifier type, what's our value here? Modifier type is equal to subtracting. Then we will modify the type and the value. So let's say that, and let's get our value. And I'm copying all these because I don't want to actually change the item data. But let's just grab our stat to modify, modifier type, and our value. That's the 3 pieces we need. And then if the modifier type is subtraction, we now say modifier type is addition, and we invert it. So we add a negative sign. I'm back. What did I miss? You missed me stumbling through a ton of math and then realizing we didn't need to code any of that and then realizing all the math was wrong anyway. And now we are currently overcomplicating things and using a dictionary of tuples and floats. But I think it's going to work. We'll see. But basically all we're doing is we're using tuples here for a stat and an operation, and then we're tracking a value of a change. Overcomplicating things, that's like my second name. Yeah, and so hopefully now the code we're writing here is just changing all of our subtractions to negative additions, changing all our divisions to multiplying by the inverse. So we should get what looks like this data structure at the end, and then we will be able to loop over this and any other properties to get these strings to show in the stat totals. Literally everything works. We're just doing all this to show the player what stats changed. We're applying them correctly. We just... UI, man, I hate it, but you gotta have it. Alright, we also want to collapse the modifier type of division to multiplying by the inverse. Yes, that is correct. Okay, so now we need to build this guy, which looks like what we're building. We got our key of stat to modify, modifier type. We need to say if stat deltas dot contains that key. If it does, we are adding that modifier value to it. Right? So if you have times 2 strength and times 3 strength, that's going to be times 6 strength, not times 5 strength. So that's not quite right. We just need to take this and replace it with our real operations here. But if we don't have a value for it, then we're setting the initial value. So the very first time you hit strength and add, it's going to be 5. After that, we will add to it. If you hit the very first multiply for strength, it'll be 2. Okay, that makes sense. We are good. All we got to do is take this and do the actual operations instead of always adding. So what we're going to do is just, let's invert this and move it up. So if it doesn't add the key, if it doesn't have the key, we set our value. So this else statement here. And then else will do all the fun stuff in here, which is this. And we're working with our modifier type, and we are just modifying our modifier value. Right? No, we're modifying the value in our big dictionary. So we have stat deltas at key is adding modifier value, etc. So let's do this. And then here. Just modifier value, cool. Setting, oh wait, yeah. Stat delta's key is all these. Okay, so now, as we go through each effect, we're tracking stat times operation to get to a value. We're setting those values correctly, probably. We'll see. And then we just need to show them here. Easy peas. So I'm going to blow through that just so I can demo it and show it working on the very first try. And we actually don't even need to sort the effects anymore because we're tracking them separately. which is nice. And actually, this needs to switch on modifier type so we get our collapsing incorporated there, which means we don't actually need these cases. So I might take them out and give us a default that errors. Just because if we ever got those cases, I would want to know about it because it's a bug. Alright, finally. After each slot has been accounted for, all of their effects on that slot, we can get rid of these functions that we added, but let's just clear all that out for now. Literally all we're going to do is build a giant new line delimited string of our total delta values. So loop over our stat deltas and build these strings to display the aggregate stats. Example, strength add equals 5 turns into plus 5 strength. Strength multiply by, say, 3 times 3 strength, etc. Cool, cool, cool. So let's do that, ChatGPT, please. Say string display is equal to string builder dot. Wait, that's Java. We are just going to say cool. I'll just let ChatGPT autocomplete. Cool. You starting it? Stat name, stat value, stat string, plus times set clear. It's a list of strings that we are building, so we're just going to say string.join new line aggregate stats. We could like add bullet points and stuff here, but it's fine. Let's just look at this, make sure it looks somewhat right. So we are going through stat deltas, which is our big dictionary, right? Yes, yes. We get stat and operand. We get the value. And these are our aggregate values, so we don't need to worry about summing them again. I think this is fine. If I cross my fingers just enough, I feel like it might work. We will see. I need a little crossing my fingers emoji, I think. Alright, let's close this equipment window so it initializes correctly when we open it. And let's see if this works. I wonder if that enum of stats is going to serialize into strings correctly. So we've got, let's do a simple, like, where's our +5 move speed? Okay. That is the enum, that's fine. We can adjust how it formats. If we add something different, like So something that doesn't have move speed in it. Let's do plus 30 peripheral vision. Okay, plus 30 peripheral vision, it adds that in. So the real question is, if I add another item that has move speed, is this going to be plus 10 move speed, or is it going to break everything? Ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. So that is adding works, at least. Let's take this off. Let's do subtraction. Does not work. Okay. That's fine. What if we do adding and then subtracting the same? No, okay. So subtraction doesn't work. That's fine. Let's test multiplication. So we have 6x on scale and 2x on movement speed, which we already have a value for. Spoilers, you can actually equip anything anywhere because I haven't set limits on that yet. So we're going to put a ring on our head. Okay, times 6 model scale. We should probably order these at the end, just so they're listed in order of what order they apply in. That's super easy though. We'll just sort by that enum that we did. So this is, I think that's actually also multiplication by like 0.1. Let me double check. Mouse charm. Because we want to test division as well. Where'd you go? Squeaker charm. Mouse charm. Yeah, it's multiplied by that. That's fine. Let's make sure that multiplying adds together correctly. So, where'd that go? This guy. 10% of the multiplication. Is that right, math-wise? Probably. If you have times 6 model scale from this, and you also shrink to 10% size. I'm just going to ask Tony later. But that might be right. I mean, so in total I should be about half my normal model scale. So let's line up with this bush. We're about the same height as the bush, kind of. Let's say like here-ish. If I take both off, am I twice the size? Yeah, roughly. Okay, that seems about right. Alright, it was overcomplicated, but it worked, so, you know, that's all you need. What happens when I set camera to orthographic? What does that show? Oh, okay, set camera projection to 1. You know, it works. And it's nice and dynamic, so we can add other properties, I guess. It would be nice to, we're basically stringifying this enum, which can't have spaces. Be nice if we could add those spaces. I don't remember how. Alrighty, man, I'm going to catch some Z's now. Have a great rest of the stream. Stay cool, stay awesome, keep going. Thank you, Human. I know it's super late for you over there, so thanks for dropping in. It's nice to have you. I'll catch your next stream too. And sleep well. We'll make a lot of progress by the time you see it again. Alright, so things look like they are roughly working. Subtraction, however, didn't work. I wonder if we got this error. We did. Okay. Why? So it's being stored. Oh, you know why? Because effect.stat to modify, where you need to get our collapsed values. Alright, so that should be a simple fix. Let me just double check that subtraction works. Thanks, good night. Yeah, you're cool. I like you. Thanks for hanging around. I'm excited to play your game too. Looks really fun. Alrighty. Does this work? Plus 30 peripheral vision. Cool, cool, cool. Take that off and put minus 30 peripheral vision. Plus minus 30. Okay. That's fine. All we gotta do is here string positive or negative is equal to nope. Stat value is less than 0, then negative, otherwise positive. Stat value is a string? Oh, because we convert it to a string. Alright, so now that will now be a plus if the value being changed is positive, or a 0, plus 0. And it'll be a negative if it's less than 0. I feel like if it's plus 0, we have like plus 30 on one item and minus 30 on another. We could show plus 0. We could show nothing. I feel like we should just show plus 0 to show that it evens out because it is stats on it. But now we just swap this out and that's fine. Coolio, should work. We will double check that and then I will move on to more fun stuff. And our project is really getting big. I feel like I need to work on some optimization sometime soon, at least so I can enjoy the editor. Yes, we're testing this. Negative 30 peripheral vision should show negative 30 now. Just killing some processes off stream. Would you look at that? YouTube using 4 gig of RAM. Okay. Let's kill that and that. Should speed up my load times a little bit. Alrighty, so we got minus 30. Oh, I guess technically it already has a negative sign. So the auto-completed blank string that I thought was weird was technically correct. AI overlords have bested me once again. Alright, plus 0. Wonder if swapping items works? Okay, it does. Cool. Huh. I honestly didn't expect that to work. But it looks like things are working now. We can just add items. Everything aggregates together. Let's sort these really fast. So here we can say list consumable effect sorted effects is equal to that. Order by application type is right. No, we want to order by stat modifier type. And that's just gonna, once again, sort by the internal order of this enum. So max health is always on top, current health. Wait. No, we're sorting by this. So addition's always gonna be on top, multiplication after that, and so on. We could sort by the stat as well, but I think that's probably overkill. We don't need to. Cool. So now we just use the sorted effects instead of the raw effects, and we are good to go. All right, it works. Nice. And I think I will go make that look nice off stream, but for now, we have aggregate stats back. Let me check that in. Cool. Yeah, I think that is solid. We will continue on to something next. I think 2 hours into the stream is a great time to go take a quick 2-minute snack break or something. I should have eaten beforehand, but I'm gonna go scarf something down and refill my water. I'll refill my coffee. I'll be right back. Thanks for being here. Oh my goodness. Thanks for being here. Be right back. A little bit of beef jerky goes a long way. Alrighty, where were we? So, let's go take a look at our board again. Everything that we need done. So we got the functional equipment working and also got it displaying correctly. I think that's a good one. Let's see here. Let's bring everything back. Functional equipment. Done. It all works. Functional consumable items. Also done. We did that last stream. Let's see here. I feel like there's so much more in the item stuff that we could do. Let's poke into the game. Maybe we'll do new workstation. Maybe we should go sort out more of the blacksmithing. Let's run over there real fast. Probably should put my character more closer to nicer things that we're testing. Alright, so we have 2 workstations for blacksmithing currently. Oh, you know what we should do is get effects working on generated items. That's what we should do, but there is more in blacksmithing to be done. We've got salvaging and smithing working, but like these need icons. We need to tie them into the actual skill to unlock them. There's a lot of skill-based stuff that we could go down a rabbit hole for, like gaining XP, leveling up, unlocking things. But I think the most important thing is if we, say, take an axe and the Eye of Madness, sure, and make a new item. We ripped out all of the generative effects on items because we were using strings for all of our affixes and parsing them and doing all that. We've switched to this semantic system, which is probably going to be involved to get deserializing and generating correctly, but let's do it. But I guess that does introduce one idea, like game design wise, that I've been trying to decide if I want to do. Because if we look at our image generation prompt, or not our image generation, our item generation prompt right now, we have a couple different prompts for like different ways to create items. We have item combining, so you create items from your inventory. Crafting from a material, so that's more of the blacksmith. You put in iron ore, it creates item helmets. You put in bamboo, it makes bamboo helmets. I know it's not blacksmithing, but that's the system. Those are the two ways to make items right now. There's also like harvesting from objects, that's going to technically make items as well. But the way they work is this sort of chain. So we have this initial item generation that feeds in 2 ingredients and outputs 1 item. And you see here, like, this is how we used to do the attributes, but it's not going to work with our new system. We need to build out full-on objects. But once we get this, we chain to more prompts. So one of those prompts is to generate an image for that item. And then it might need to be a separate prompt to generate the effects for that item. And so it's probably not going to be too long of a prompt, but what I'm considering doing is having items drop or be created like unidentified. Kind of like, Diablo or lots of other games that require an extra step from the player to identify items. And then you would take that item to someone in town who would effectively identify the item, tell you what affixes it has, maybe do some other stuff with it. A good example would be like the museum from Animal Crossing. With literally infinite items in this game, I was considering adding something like a museum or like some sort of lore-based library or something where they're trying to collect one of every item. And so the more items you give them, you get to like, it can generate lore about the world based on the items in it, or they can tell you more about the items, or they can research new items, etc., etc. There's a lot to do there. But it's not always fun to just like, oh, I got my first item, or my first fish in Animal Crossing, or my first bug that I collected, or whatever. I need to go donate that to a museum. I think a better solution is to show it to somebody, and then you still get to keep it. But it might also kill 2 birds with 1 stone if you, for example, if you take an axe and some obsidian or something, and you create an obsidian axe for the first time, you get some little fanfare, some like fireworks or something, and it says, ooh, this is a new item that's never before been seen. You need to take it to Bob to get more information about it. So let's say pickaxe and some amber. You're probably going to get like an amber pickaxe or something. The 2 approaches that we can take here are to take a little bit longer when we craft the item, but it comes with stats on it. Probably only a couple stats, because you just want to do 1 pass on effects. but it would come with stats. Or you get this alternative item of like unidentified. We can start generating the stats immediately, but you just reveal them when you go take it to the NPC. But you can also skip all that when the next time you craft this item, you've already identified what an amber infused pickaxe is. We got bigger stacks. So let me just make an item here. We pause for a moment because generation takes a little bit. But now if we create an amber infused apple, our choices are to increase that time that it took to make this item and it starts with stats, or to effectively keep it at this time or make it a little bit shorter, but have to take it in town. The very first time you see this item, you take it in town, give it to somebody, and then they reveal the stats. And I think if there are other things that we want to do with like the first of items, so like showing them to a museum, showing them to researchers, donating them, making them more expensive even to sell or something like that, it might already make sense to have some sort of identifier on the item to say like, this is a first of its kind item, which might pair well with like, this is an unidentified item. Kind of leaning towards the identify bit just because I kind of like that mechanic in games, and why not? What if you can still see the stats before taking it to Bob, but there's some incentive to take it to him anyway? Yeah, I think the problem is that the stats don't get generated immediately. So I need to like either add a second to how long this takes to generate those stats, or I could do something weird where like you get the item immediately and then like a few seconds later, wherever it is, the stats appear. I probably don't want to do that. But this is also importantly like, once you've already created the item and identified it and seen the stats, like the next time you craft it, you'll instantly get the stats. You don't need to give every item to Bob or whoever, just the very first one. And maybe you could also like mitigate this a little bit by having like a scroll of identify in your inventory that you can use on that item after a few seconds to see the stats, or like a spell you cast to see the stats. But so you wouldn't have to go all the way into town, I mean. But I think it needs to... The choice is really, should this take a few seconds longer? Or should there be an extra step to see the stats? I feel like having some pomp and circumstance around the fact that you're building the first of its kind would make me not mind a bit of a wait, or even like a shortcut scene. You know, that's fair. That's fair. Necrotic Orchard Brew. Oh boy. Yeah, that's fair, because I guess you are creating the first of its kind, so like when you're doing this crafting, there's a lot of stuff that I could and should be doing, so making it take a little bit longer is probably fine. But like, once I press play, you could probably like pull in the camera a little bit, do the animation, do some like magic around you, show some items in your hands, maybe like do some other dramatic stuff when you do create it. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that is probably what I'll do. Just take a few more seconds to create the item. But maybe also, maybe I'll do this later, but if you were to take an item to Bob to research it, maybe he could create more stats for it from then on. Probably that's a separate thing, I think. Even like making the actual crafting take longer. Yeah, that's fair. I could also have a minimum like time that it takes just to build up that fanfare and do the proper cutscene and stuff. The game makes it look like something weird and mysterious is happening while you craft it, but the backend is taking the second to generate stats. I think you are onto something. I think that is what I will do. I will just make it take a little bit longer, because we are going to make this look nicer. It's probably less fun to have to like add the extra step to go back to town or do something in order to see the item you just created. It's first of its kind. You should get a nice little wow when you create it. Yes, 100%. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. I would have made unidentified items because I'm apparently a masochist when it comes to playing games. But yes, this is way more fun. You're right. There's still incentive to take all the items to Bob. Yeah, I do think like at least showing all the items to Bob so you can like show it to him but keep it for yourself and then have some sort of collection of all the items that you've built. That would be cool. Animal Crossing already exists. No need to be a masochist. You know, I was channeling Animal Crossing when I was trying to think of showing things to Bob. But I do kind of like the idea of, say, like Bob was a researcher in town, and I took him, I don't know, what's a interesting thing we have? Let's make a chisel with an Eye of Madness. Something that might have some effects. Maybe not that. Maybe we take Bob some Air Jordans and we're like, hey, we found these really mysterious but high quality shoes out in the field. They already have these stats on them. Will you do a little research and find out what you can learn about them? So we give him this for like a day or something. And then maybe when we come back, he tells us a little story about what this mythical Air Jordans thing is. But also maybe it has like an extra stat on it. And then all the Air Jordans you find from then on also have that stat plus these stats. So there's that like story-based incentive to take items to Bob and show them to him so you can learn more about the items or the world. But also every time you do it, the item itself gets... you learn something new about it, so it has like a new ability. And then it's like... there's a resource in doing so because you only do maybe one item a day or one item a week or some whatever rate to be done. So it's not like you could just give him this item 20 times in a day and make it super, super cool. Yeah. So let's just get stat effects on items working in our item generation. So that all happens in the item combining controller. Also, special mention to Lucy in the background. She's just barely off camera, but let me see if I can get her snoring. I got a little mess in front of her, don't mind that. Let's do this. Almost. There we go. Alrighty. Hi, Lucy. She's here to help. Dimitri is surprisingly not in my lap. He usually sleeps in my lap all stream. But we do got a special guest of Lucy. Alrighty. So let's look at when we craft an item. We get the two items we're using as ingredients. We make sure they pass all of our tests. We do our little alchemy animation. We'll say to do lots more fanfare here and cinematic stuff. And then what we are doing is we're looking up to see if a recipe using those two items already exists. If it does, then we just generate the item and show it immediately. But if it doesn't exist, we're consuming those items and then starting this long chain of combinations. So when we jump in there, it's going to start with our first prompt, which is this guy, which we will start with because now that we're not using attributes in this prompt, we can cut down on a lot of tokens, get that prompt going a little bit faster as well. So that'll be nice, kind of offset the speed penalty of doing the actual prompt later. But let's take all of these attributes keys out of the examples so we don't generate them. So a lot simpler items now. Let's make sure we don't mention attributes anywhere. Attributes. And let's keep this line of you must not add or remove keys in the item structure. Okay, so what this is going to do is take our two items that we're using to combine, and we will serialize them into things that look like this, and then they get injected into the actual prompt. So when we run it, we will get an output of a flaming sword with no attributes, but it's got all the other data. Cool, cool, cool. So that, when it's done, we get back our item here. We create the item in the game. We start a coroutine for generating the image for that item, which does our stable diffusion stuff, which now works, so we can get rid of some of this temporary code here. And then when we get our image for an item, that's when we say the item is done, but instead we want to start generating attributes for the item. So that's what we're going to be working today. And then it'll go on and do all the stuff of like stop playing animations for alchemy, hide the alchemy UI stuff, show it in our inventory, blah, 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 blah. But let's get item attribute generation working. So it is going to take the form of consumable effect. And actually I've been meaning to rename this for a while. We have 94 references, so surely renaming it will break nothing. But we are going to rename this to item effect, because it started out as the effect for consumables, but obviously it could be applied to equipment as it is, or it could be applied to other stuff like enchantments could give you this effect, which doesn't really work under the name item effect, but you know, we're getting closer. We can always rename it again later. But now we have item effect. So what we are going to do is create a prompt for this. And we're going to go ahead and run this again so we can get the output, for example. So we'll do this. Hopefully I can copy and paste this output. I can. So we'll take this with us, but let me undo that. Let's create a new prompt and say generate item attributes. We will paste this in because that's going to be our first example that we're working with. And we get to use real words to tell a computer what to do. You will be given a JSON. You know what? This is one of those times where I just don't talk while I'm typing and let my keyboard be the sound. we're going to go ahead and rename this too, just because we've been maining to as well. So we're going to say effect display override, and that we will only show if it's set, otherwise we'll infer stuff later. But since we are hard coding these names in the prompt, I'm going to go ahead and rename that now. Alrighty, let's get this done. The form of an item effect is short effect name blazing glory. We don't want an effect display override on most effects, I think. We want to be able to infer them just so they don't get wild, but we can add that later. Let's go ahead and say true site on this. We want to do per effect. We will say stat to modify is, types are peripheral vision. We'll see if that will serialize correctly. I wonder if it will. Let's just double check that real quick. Because we can do it the other direction. Like we have with this enum, if we turn this into a string, it'll turn into the string of male or female. But if we have the string of male or the string of female, can we serialize it back into a gender? Yeah, it looks like it's probably going to have just the integer value of 0 or 1. Okay, using Newtonsoft could do it, which we are using. Wonderful. And it looks like we can just decorate the actual enum itself. And I bet we could also do custom converters that let us add like spaces and stuff too later. But for now, that should hopefully just work. We'll see. But we probably needed that, or else this wouldn't work. Is it gonna delete what I wrote again because I didn't save before I reloaded? We'll see. No, okay. So we've got stat to modify, we've got modifier type, add, we'll just say add, and modifier value is 30. And application type of where is our duration? Oh, okay, duration in seconds. Okay, this is a very rough first prompt. We are definitely going to need to tweak it a little bit, but later on we might also, we have this chain of creating items. We might break out things like this into per item type, like if we created an item that is an equipment, we might be able to skip over like application type and duration in seconds by always assuming that the equipments have while equipped. And so we could skip all that in the actual prompt itself and make things a lot simpler for the AI. We're going to try and do it all in this one prompt, see how well it works. So let's give a couple of these. So let's say this is like true sight, and we will say like giants size, model scale, multiply by 6. This one will be while equipped, and duration in seconds. Hopefully we can, yeah, I guess we can just ignore it. Alright, so that's our couple examples. Example effect structures. Alright, we need to tell the AI what the possible values are for stat to modify and modifier type, and also I guess application type for now. We'll probably just inject that into this prompt by reading out the enums later, but let's just hardcode in a couple so we can see it working, and then I'll do that tokenization stuff later. Just realized Mike has been at my keyboard this whole time, but I wasn't saying anything important. And I'm sure you probably heard it anyway. So let's say possible values, or acceptable values for stat to modify. We could still hear you. Thank you. Yeah, I assume so. It might be nicer. I mean, I feel like I'm just so loud when I talk directly into the microphone, and it's like still pretty far away, I'd say. But it's nice to get the keyboard sounds too. Thank you for letting me know though. So acceptable values for stat to modify are, we'll just give a couple. Let's say move speed, model scale, jump height, belt size. Acceptable values for modifier type are add, subtract. Hey Surat, welcome in. How's your day going? I was just setting up Twitch stuff earlier because I have the 50 followers I needed for emojis and stuff, and it showed me my top chatter was actually you, I think. Fun little fact. Very good, and yours? It's going pretty good. We're getting a lot done. We're tackling some pretty big changes, but surely they are gonna work. We've got some cool stuff in already. Just, you missed all the dumb math stuff earlier, but we're into fun AI stuff again now. So we are creating effects on items when you craft new items, so they can manipulate things in the game. We're just getting all that data generated properly so we can map it into the item and have it do stuff when you use it. Oh wow, I'm so proud. Yeah, I happy to have you here. Thanks for joining in. Did you do anything fun this weekend? Let's actually not let items generate with set or clear. Let's keep those for unique items we create. Like set your size to a certain amount or something. Finally, we need acceptable values for application type are immediate and permanent, immediate and unapply later. We technically have repeatedly over time, but we haven't coded it in yet. So let's skip it for now and just say while equipped. And then we'll finally say if the application type is immediate and unapply later, you must also provide a duration in seconds. Not much, to be honest. I was working on my PhD. Wow, that's a lot, I'd say. I didn't know you were doing a PhD. What are you doing the PhD in? That's awesome. Me, I had a fun weekend with the Cozy Biscuit, who was in chat. We got some massages and we went jet skiing for the first time. Always wanted to jet ski. Had never jet skied. There's a place near us that does it for fun in the river near us, and had a little treat yourself day. We planned dates for each other each month, and that was my treat to her. So I had a really fun time. It was a good weekend, but it's no studying for a PhD though. Last month, she planned a date for us where we went and did a pasta class where we made some fresh pasta with flowers and herbs and stuff in it. And we also did a pottery class. And apparently the bowls that we made are ready for pickup now. So I'm excited to see them. I am apparently really, really bad at making pottery. Who knew it was hard? But it'll be fun to see. Maybe we can use it. They were supposed to like paint it and glaze it and stuff. And so I think it's going to look really different when we pick it up. It'll be really cool to see. You are not. We will let the bowl decide. I could get better, I would say. Right now, I am not good at making pottery. But, I learned a lot in the class. I'm a lot better than I was before the class. Didn't even know the process. All right, we've got this prompt. We are going to give it one example input and one example output, and then we will run it and see if it works. You're such a lovely couple. Thank you so much. Let me just shout out the Cozy Biscuit, who is an amazing person, and my other half. She streams as well. She plays a lot of cozy games. She plays Stardew Valley. She plays Palia. She plays some Overwatch if you convince her to play it on stream. And she's a good time. I like her. I bet you will too. Oh, I lost my Twitch window. There we go. About my PhD, it's in bioinformatics. I'm a computer scientist, but I moved to the bio world lately, and it's mainly related to data analysis and recently incorporating computer vision. That's awesome. I moved around a bit in college from different college to college, and so the programs available to me were different a little bit each time, but I almost dual majored in biology and computer science, and that was a program for bioinformatics. I switched away from that college to go to the place that I actually graduated from, and they didn't have a bioinformatics program, and I ended up just majoring in computer science. But I was always so tempted to throw in that bio world. That's awesome. And fun fact, I'm sure Cozy has already said, yeah, she works in data analysis, so, you're doing it all. That's exciting. Let's see here. Let me catch up on this stream. She plays Animal Crossing. Yeah, she does. There's a couple other games she plays too. The new, I hesitate to call it the League of Legends game. It's like a cozy game made by the League of Legends people. I forget the name. A couple other games too. I like her streams. They're good times. Good vibes. I have on stream mostly into Minecraft and Stardew Valley lately. Heck yeah. Also, she and I will probably start a Minecraft series soon, so stay tuned for that. Hope you find her online as well. Bandletail, that's the name. Yeah. Bandletail was really cute. I actually stole so many screenshots from that game while she was playing. She was on stream and I was watching, and I would see the UI and I was like, now that's a good way to do that inventory system or that crafting system. So I just screenshotted it up the whole way through, and hasn't really translated here because I haven't done good UI yet, but maybe it will eventually. Who knows? Also, I've been informed that apparently I have ads on in the stream. I thought I actually turned them off. I don't know if they're happening like hourly or anything, but somebody mentioned or a couple people have mentioned they got them when they joined the stream. So maybe it's just like a when you join type thing. I didn't set up like a schedule for them, so I don't know if they're coming in when I'm talking or anything like that. So sorry if they are. Yeah, Tale is a bop of a game. It's such a pretty game. It's just a cozy little game. I like it. I haven't played it, but I've seen her play it. Let's see here. Right. You haven't seen any ads yet, actually. Oh, interesting. Tony said he had seen ads, and I feel like a regular human when he was in here earlier. I think he said that he saw an ad, but it's a little weird, but I'll figure it out after the stream. I didn't really set anything up except these cute emojis. They're what I was most excited about, especially this little guy. Where did he go? Yeah, Mr. Wave. Right, I keep distracting myself. We need to actually come up with an example item that would have some attributes on it. So let's say, let's steal this format. Let's actually take a potion style one. So we need an item, not an effect. So let's take this effect. Say for an item named Potion of Swiftness, item type consumable, take all these values off, value, weight, durability. So we will say that this potion makes anyone who drinks it run faster than the wind. So we take that's our input, and our output, we're going to get a list of effect objects. So we'll actually take this, and let's do proper indentation. And here we'll say burst of speed for a name, stat to modify move speed, modifier add, I don't know, it's a reasonable amount, 5, and immediate non-apply later, duration seconds of 15. Alright, so this should be enough. We have one example in here. We're showing the AI like, hey, we're going to give you an item in this format. We need you to give us the effects of that item in this format. And then we will take those effects back, serialize them into the game data, add them to the item, etc., etc. Let's run this, see what we get when we give it a flaming sword. Let's see what attributes it gives it. We don't have any like combat attributes in the game, so I'm curious what it'd give it. Scorching touch, stat to modify is move speed, and it's -2 move speed. Alright, that's not good. So let's tweak this prompt a little bit more. Let's say if the item type is a weapon, tool, or equipment, the application type should always be while equipped. We can get rid of this like stipulation here when we branch out and have different prompts for different types of items. But for now, since we're doing all this in one prompt, we're just trying to get the AI to like do what we would do with all these different prompts. If we can get it working in one prompt, that'd be great, because it's going to be a lot well, I guess it wouldn't be cheaper. It's probably even more expensive to have more tokens versus more prompts. So we added this in. We did get a application type of immediate and unapply later, which doesn't really make sense for this item. So hopefully if we rerun this now, we should get an application type of while equipped, because it is a weapon. So now we no longer have duration in seconds. Scorching Blaze subtracting our move speed still doesn't really make sense, but I think it's because we just have so few options on our stat to modify. So let me actually add in all of these. We will do something like possible stats as a token, and we can insert them all in later, but the tokenization system that I wrote for inserting stuff in the user prompt, actually it might work in the system prompt too. So let me just double check that real fast. That was bill prompt. It does replace in the system message. Alrighty. So we will do that. However, for testing here, we're not inserting any data. So I do actually need real data, like the stuff that would be substituted in here when we generate our responses here. So we will do this, which is much nicer, and I'll walk us through that later. But for now, we just need a list of all the possible stats, which are here. And then maybe we can add in a few others that we're planning on adding, like obviously a flaming sword isn't really going to have very relevant stats if we don't have combat in the game, and the only things you can change are how big you are, how fast you move, etc. Let's say max health. Gotta run to that work thing. I'll see you soon. I will see you soon, Cozy. Have fun. I will catch your stream later. And thanks for tuning into mine. Good to see you again, Sarat. Also, for you, am I saying that right? Is it Sarat or is it more like Sarat? I want to make sure I'm not saying it wrong all the time. So we're going to put in max health, move speed, cold resistance, fire resistance, model scale, jump height, peripheral vision, belt size, inventory size, and then maybe we'll put in like both work, to be honest. The first one sounds better though, but thanks for asking. Sarat. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I think it's a cool name. I just hadn't seen it. Yeah, that's what I would expect it to be, but I don't know where it's from, so could be just something else. That's cool. Thank you. Let's add in a few more attributes for stats that we could modify, and we're just gonna say like fire damage, or maybe like increased fire damage, increased water damage, increased earth damage. Sure, just some fake ones that might be more relevant to what we're generating. And then maybe, let's say, just damage, increased physical damage maybe, armor, evasion, blah 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 blah. We don't need a ton, just wanted to add some. I'm quite simple, it's my surname. Oh, nice. Drusif is actually, I mean, my name's Andrew, and a lot of people know me as Drew. Some of my really old friends called me Drusif. There you go. They got me. Now it's my username forever. Alright, so we now have a lot more stats that we can be modifying. Let's now generate stats for a flaming sword, see what it gives us while it's equipped, hopefully. Okay, while equipped, increased fire damage +3. Okay, that seems fine. However, combat is far off, so I want to find some stats that might make sense to have now. Maybe we can say like light radius, because that's one I want to add into. Sounded like an RPG game, druid class name, you know? Drusif as I play a level 33 Drusif. I dig it. I mean, I guess all the games I play, my character is usually named Drusif, so fits in right well. Let's see what happens, what attributes we get when we take out those combat attributes. Alright, so, okay, we get fire resistance, which, okay, is fine. We are subtracting from our fire resistance, which is a little bit odd, but I guess if you have more fire in your hand, I guess it would take less fire to, like, burn you, maybe? Do we always subtract fire resistance? We kind of do. Okay. Interesting. Flame enchantment subtracts fire resistance too. Am I saying that right? Resistance. Surely it would be adding resistance, right? To fire? I mean, unless... Sure feels like it should add resistance. Is there another word I could use instead of resistance? Like fire damage reduction or something? Let's see if it adds if I renamed it that. Not that I will, but I'm curious why it's always subtracting. If it subtracts from this, it's something in like the logic. Yeah. Could it be... No, it wouldn't be like thinking it's applying to the target or something. It's subtracting damage reduction from fire. Huh. Interesting. That is not what I would expect. But, you know, the rules of the game are to be discovered. Like the skeleton of the game is the same every time, but the data is different. So if one time you play or many times you play, this sort of item subtracts fire resistances, I guess it should do it for most other things. So let's test that real fast. So if we are flaming sword, reducing our fire resistance. Yeah, subtracting damage reduction sounds like the player is more sensitive to that kind of damage. That's what I think. I feel like if you had like a flaming sword, it should make you more resistant to fire. Less sensitive to it. Oh, like it does not apply a greater reduction, therefore ending up with greater damage numbers. Yeah, I think we're on the same page. Right? Like, if you have 50 fire resistance, you're going to take more damage if something fire hits you than if you had 20 fire resistance. You're more sensitive to the fire. So the fact that you'd take a fire sword that would make you more vulnerable to fire is just weird. So I'm wondering if like if I did a flaming shield, and I generated that, I bet it's gonna add. No, it's gonna subtract too. So something in like the logic of this AI is like, oh yeah, fire damage reduction. The only thing I can think of is that it is trying to create like an aura that affects enemies. So those enemies, their fire damage is reduced by 5 to you. So let me, like, the fact that this logically doesn't make sense and I'm not getting the expected output, I think is just a matter of me not prompting it right versus the model just being wrong in its logic here. So I want to see if we can adjust this a little bit to say the item or the effect applies directly to the player and its stats, not to any other entities or enemies that might be involved. So with that line, my theory of this being like an aura that reduces enemy fire damage surely that would now be the case. So if we generate another, now we're adding fire damage reduction to ourselves. And let me switch this back to sword. I think it was trying to come up with an effect of like an on-hit effect. Well, I mean, now this subtracts from us, so who knows? Maybe the weapons subtract, the armor adds. Like, there's probably an internal rule, so it will remain consistent with itself among lots of different items. So I think that's fine. I'm just trying to understand why it's doing this. So these swords seem to always be subtracting fire damage reduction. But if I change this to like a shield... Oh, wait. Let me make sure that I rename that to sword. Yeah, so the swords are subtracting, but if I do a shield, I can do like a piece of armor or something. Feels like these were always adding now. Multiplying. Now that's an interesting one. Could be pretty good. Maybe I shouldn't even allow multiplying on like randomly generated items. That might be for more unique style items. So let's take that out for now, actually. Keep items nice and simple. By the way, I assume you're using the API service you once mentioned, right? Does it call any private model, or are you working with a local model like LAML 3? Yeah, I actually... Not chat. API. We are using the Chroma Golem API, and we only have a couple models supported right now, but it's more for like infrastructure reasons. Let me get rid of my API key down there. Don't mind that. I'll cycle it after the stream. But you can pick and choose the models you want. Right now we just have these OpenAI models. I'm about to add GPT-4o, and I think there's... Yeah, I guess I could add GPT-4 like non-turbo. It was more expensive on Azure for some reason, so I didn't add it. But we're planning on adding a bunch of sizes and styles of models. Right now we're just using these because we, as a studio, have a lot of credits that we need to burn through. But planning on adding a lot more models, and we built this API on top so you can actually just always hit the same endpoint within your game, and then you as the developer can log in here and like change the model that you want the game to be using. So that's really important for like if you deploy a demo to Steam and somebody shares it goes really viral all of a sudden and it's really, really expensive. Maybe you want to go down to a cheaper model, or maybe it is viral and you want to make sure you're on the best model for the weekend so everyone can see the coolest stuff. Like, you can change all that without having to change the endpoints or the services that you're hitting in your demo. It's a nice little wrapper on top of it. Have you thought about having your own local model running? Actually, up until last week, I was using my local model for image generation. I've got Stable Diffusion that I run on this computer. We are just about to add image generation to the API, which I'm actually using it internally in this project right now to test it. But the problem with running your local model is... Well, one, you need to make sure that the player's computer can run that model. And I have got a pretty beefy machine, so I was running Stable Diffusion just fine. And like, I think I can barely run like 7 dB models of text generation, which is pretty good. For comparison, the like GPT-4 models are around like, I think they're between 400 and 1,000 billion parameters. I can run about 70 billion parameters locally, which is pretty good. Not everyone can, and so it's a little bit hard. I think what we'll end up doing, like ultimately with games like this, is to ship it with a local model. And I see chat one sec. I think we'll end up shipping with a local model in the game that you can use if your model support or your computer supports it. But we'll have our API for falling back on for people that like want a better model, or people at the opposite end that can't run the model locally. I meant running a local model in your service and having it called from the user side. I guess having all users. Yeah, running your own model locally is somewhat risky, and mostly like you can't guarantee how fast it runs. Like for image generation, when I first started, before I like tweaked a lot of the parameters, on my computer it'd take 40 seconds to generate an image, and so the process of crafting items, you just sat there with like the same sort of visual feedback for 40 seconds. Not that great. It was 40 seconds like on my other desktop. On this desktop, it's much faster. So I tested it, built it on this. It seemed fine. Tested it over there. It wasn't that great. But yeah, running a local model in your service and having it called from the user side, that's what we'll probably do. I think that's what we're doing with the image generation, or what we will be. We have a server that runs models up here locally, and then you just call that directly from inside your game. That's what we'll probably end up doing with text models eventually too. I just haven't got around to adding those models yet because I'm using these because we have so many credits that we need to burn through. But soon we should have a lot more models, and they're somewhat easy to add. So maybe I'll add a couple soon and play around with them. But yeah, it's been really fun working with all these models and seeing like just like the differences, not only in functionality and format and stuff. Like some models are GPT 3.5 Turbo is absolutely terrible at JSON generation and making it valid, but 4 Turbo works really well. But also like playing around with Claude and Gemini a little bit, and some other local ones, Llama, the 3.5 one's out now and really good. It's cool to see the just like tone and style matching that they can do. I would say GPT-4 so far in this has been really good at like I have a bunch of items already in the game with descriptions that I write to set the tone of like the type of items that should be generated. And then in the item generation, because I'm passing in items that already exist in the game, so like painkiller and a salve, it has these descriptions in it, so it's setting like a tone for GPT to copy effectively. And so the items that it generates has descriptions that are in the same style of what I wrote, which has been really cool. When I tried, I think it was Claude, I tried that, it didn't really copy the descriptions as well. It went very like Wikipedia style writing. Maybe a newer version might be better, but it has been cool to like have that sort of inherent control and see like how it ripples out through all the models. I think Llama was another one. 7B I think I tried, where it didn't really copy the style as well, but yeah, just fun to play with them all really. What were we doing? Yes. Testing out some attributes. Yeah, so feel like damage stuff. Probably don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole because obviously we don't have combat in the game and won't for a while. But if we were to say like shiny lantern of item type tool and say an old-timey lantern made of iron. Hopefully that'll give us like light radius or something. Bright light adds light radius. Maybe we can say fiery lantern and say with a huge flame inside. See if maybe we get like a bigger light radius. Probably won't because the scale is going to be the same in the prompt, but okay, we got some cold resistance on it and we got light radius. So these make sense. We're adding cold resistance, we're adding the light radius. I did want to test to make sure that we could have multiple effects returned correctly, so we get a list of these objects. So I think this will work well. So we will plug it in a moment. You're using Llama 3 8B to generate synthetic data, but so far it's a bit meh. Still can get better with the proper prompting or if I scaled it to a larger version of the model though. Yeah, I've heard that what have I heard? Well, they have the tools for taking, like, they do a single prompt in large parameter model, like a 400B model, and they use that one prompt to write a better prompt for generating synthetic data for the like really small models. I think there was some paper about how like that gave better quality than what the researchers were writing themselves. Using large models. Maybe I'll link that on Discord if I find it after the stream. But that's super cool. Yeah, I feel like if we could get the super small models to do like all the good stuff that we need, especially synthetic data where it just pumps through tokens, like that's opens up a lot. What are you having problems with the mehness? What makes it so meh? Is it just like boring to read, or is it more like structural issues not following the synthetic data format and stuff? Try an enchanted button. A button with mysterious powers. What kind of powers are those? Let's find out. Magic shine adds to light radius. Alright, so I mean, as to be expected when we don't have many stats we can modify. There's not a lot of variance in the items, I guess. But we'll add more of those in. Next up, we need to get this rigged up into our current chain of AI prompts that run when we create the item. Back to here. Structure related stuff mostly. Yeah, that's rough. That's a hard one to like prompt around effectively if the model is struggling with structure. I saw that was one of the main reasons I switched off GPT 3.5 Turbo originally, is just it had so much problem like either with JSON structure or like adding the 3 backticks before and after JSON, or just lots of little stuff like that. Quotations not being closed. It's just hard to prompt around. This isn't related to your PhD, is it? Is this generating data for bioinformatics stuff? That'd be cool. After we've gotten an image for the item, we can start generating its attributes. So technically, we could do image generation and attribute generation in parallel. Like, image generation is an API endpoint to somewhere. Attribute generation is a endpoint generation to somewhere. We could do them both at the same time. The problem is I don't really have the code infrastructure for managing those two states and then triggering some logic to run when they're both complete. We have this serial set up right now, so we can say like do step 1, when step 1 is complete, do step 2, and now 3. But these two need to be done after this, and then when they're all done, we need to continue on. We could store some sort of like image generation database of stuff in progress and check there and do a bunch of stuff, but I think the easiest way to structure this right now is to just add to the serial chain we have. So step 1 is generate the item data. Step 2 is generate the item image. Step 3 is going to be generate the attributes. When step 3 is done, the item is done. We know that. We will carry on. Partially. In the biomechanical/healthcare world, it's quite hard to have data shared, especially in Europe. So we end up having lots of synthetic stuff. You know, that makes a lot of sense. I never would have guessed that. Like, I just want to believe that everyone would be able to have all the data they need to, like, solve healthcare issues. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's probably a fun job to, like, you probably have to walk a fine line of how you generate the synthetic data, because you obviously want to put in, like, the structure of how things could be, but you probably want to bake in some sort of bias of, like, how common things are, right? Like, if you had a data set of just, like, 1,000 random genetic structures or something, you wouldn't want to randomly have 900 of those have some really rare disease, but you can't really match the exact stuff of, like, patients, right? Exactly, you guessed right. Yeah, so it's probably hard to, like, I mean, I don't know how much, like, healthcare privacy extends past the individual. Like, obviously you can't say that this person has this disease, but can you say, like, we have 5 patients and 25 of them have this disease? Like, you probably can as the number of patients you have grows, maybe, but, like, if you publicly have 2 patients or any number of patients and your data happens to say 100% of our patients have this disease, you can't do that either, I assume. Probably lots of fun stuff there. Probably would take a PhD to figure it all out. That's really cool. Fun fact, the very first programming job that I had, or that I tried and couldn't really do well at, was a freelance position for a, what country? Portuguese company that did, like, DNA sequencing in Perl, and they needed me to fix some algorithm stuff for, like, how they processed some of the, I don't know the words anymore, but it was really simple. Like, they were going to pay me $50. I probably should have get paid a lot more, but I was like a 16-year-old just freelancing on the internet. And I went into this code. All the comments were in Portuguese, and all the data was just, like, whatever jargon is Greek to me. Genetic steps. Yeah, it could have been. I literally don't know. They sent me code and they were like, hey, this doesn't work. This is what we're getting. This is what we expect to get. You need to go in and fix it. I'm pretty sure I failed this job. It was like freelance job. But I think I got paid somewhat in the end. It was hard. And I have the interest to look at some, like, bio stuff, but maybe that subconsciously kept me from looking at real jobs in it ever again. Private void generate attributes for item. We'll pass in the item. And do we need anything else? Probably not. Let's pass in the item for now. We will also need a private void got attributes for item, and that'll be item string response object. Right. We'll come back to that, but now we have these nice 2 functions, and we can say start coroutine of this, right? Void to string. How are we doing up above? Same. Oh, it needs to be, right. IEnumerator, because it runs in a coroutine. Cool, so we kick off the process to start generating items, We take all of this and let's actually put it in a nice new function so we're not moving it around as a giant block every time. Finish item generation. Stick all that in there. That will now... Oh, right. We do actually need to do stuff with some of the item data we get. So we get an item back, process it into the texture, set the texture, and then we kick off generating that. And here, so item, and do all this stuff at the end. Let's see here. Cool. Actually, I don't think we want to do this yet either. That's what adds it to the end slot and shows the player that they have that item. So here, we were going to do very similar to this guy. So let's just take this prompt, tweak it. And all we're going to do is take this prompt we wrote over here. We will do our tokenization inserts to get the actual data in for like acceptable stat to modify values, stat modifier types, and the item that we are generating the attributes for. And then we will kick off the coroutine that runs this prompt, generates data, and then we'll parse it back here. And then we get that, and for each one, you know, we can just set that on the item.effects. And we still need to do a little bit of error checking, making things safer, but this will do it. This will take the generated effects. Let's generate some so we can see them as I say this. It takes these and it serializes into a list of item effects, which these values get set on these, hopefully. I think that's what our JSON converter decoration for string enum converter will do. So normally when you serialize into an enum, it's gonna require like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Any string is gonna be a weird number, so you're not gonna get what you expect. But I think this Newtonsoft decorator will actually match the string to the string of the enum. Love the sound of that mechanical keyboard. It's so relaxing. That's good. I love it too. I actually built it and oh my gosh, it's dirty, but I would show it off. I can show it off. But I rearranged all the keys to say my wife is cute, so none of the keys are in the right order, so that catches me up sometimes when I'm like playing Diablo and I need to hit the I key, which is actually the semicolon key on my keyboard. But you know, it's all worth it. You built it yourself. I guess I technically on this one, no. I bought it pre-made. I put some new keycaps on it. I haven't actually built a keyboard from scratch. That'd be fun. I considered it, but I think I like the big boys. This guy's a nice one, and he's nice and colorful. He's a little dirty, but keys are rearranged, and I have all the keys I could ever want. I ain't about that 70 key life or whatever it is. I even have 4 keys up here that literally don't do anything. They're just shapes. I have them mapped to different things in Dota so I can hit them from my mouse hand. It's a good keyboard. He's a good guy. Amy's got a really cute one too. Didn't mean to drop her name, but she does. Alright, let's get into this. So we need to serialize our acceptable stat to modify values. So string, we'll do this, and apparently that'll autocomplete and probably just work. Is this, yep, the stats, all right. We also need to insert, we'll leave modifier type as it is because we want to whitelist some things. We probably will eventually do the same with stat to modify, but I want to make it nice for when we're just adding stats. I want them to just automatically work in our existing prompts. And then application type, yeah, we should do the same. I have repeatedly over time. I mean, we're going to add it in, so it's fine. Let's do that too. And then also we need string serialized item. So we'll do that, and that'll get inserted in here. So let's say serialized item gets replaced with serialized item. So let's add serialized item here. So that will now get the JSON of whatever item we are generating for. Acceptable stats to modify values. Let's say this guy gets acceptable stat to modify. So this guy's going to get that guy. And then we'll also replace acceptable application type. Let's pluralize both of these just for sanity's sake. Well, not that way. Acceptable stats to modify. Acceptable stat modifier types. All right. Okay, so now all three of those should get the correct data. We don't need to change out our examples because they're just examples. And this looks good. So can I just return this coroutine I joined? Create? No, I cannot. I've never actually chained coroutines in coroutines, but I mean, do I need to? I know that the calling function's in a coroutine, so surely I can just not spawn another coroutine and just call it directly. Because we will need to start this coroutine, but it has a callback. All right, we need to actually use the callback that we are creating. Got attributes for, so item and, oh, we need actually item and serialized item. So we pass through the item we are generating those attributes for, and also the text for serialized effects. So I think at this point, this thread we've spawned out for our long coroutine will end. We just start a new one. I think that's fine. And then when that is done generating, we set the effects on the item, and then finally we finish item generation. And then that happens back in the main thread as well, I think, because it's a callback of our coroutine, and that is what will give it access to all these UI objects and game objects, I think. Okay. So I guess all that's left is to test it and see if it works. Do we have any compilation errors? I feel like it might work. Let's see here. Okay. So let's just quickly add in so it is in the chain now. Let's say here, just in case there is an issue, attributes generated. We print that out so we can inspect it. I feel like that's the most likely error we'll have of just like something went wrong in the prompt. Hey Mez, welcome in. How's it going? You're just in time to see things working on the first try, hopefully, as we do. And surely nothing will break. But if all goes well, we can now craft new items that have attributes on them. Stuff that will like change your stats or change the game. And they should also work. So we're about to find out. Let's see what we've got here. So we have we got our Air Jordans here. Oh, that's incorrect. Everything's broken. Everything gives you 5 strength for 30 seconds. I'm doing pretty good, thanks. Hope everyone else is doing well too. And hello, Srat. That's good. Did you have a good weekend, Mez? I know you're pumped for another stream later, but I'll keep you company until then. I'm also pumped for that stream. What was I doing? Right, it's broken. So let's double check that these guys, okay, they do still have the correct stats on them. I feel like, wait, why plus 30 strength? Why that data? Had a chill weekend. Played some D&D on Sunday. How was your weekend? Yo, that's awesome. I played D&D a couple times, but I haven't played for many years. It seemed pretty fun, but also seems like one of those things that it'd be so hard to get a group together that coordinates and is all available at the same time. I feel like that's probably the hardest part. How we doing? We're doing good. What did we get working? We got things working, right? Yeah, we got our stats working. You can equip items, you can use items, you see the effects. I guess we still need to do like buff tooltips and stuff, but equipment works. You can allegedly create some new equipment and to have it have stats like move speed and jump height and yada yada yada, and it actually works by changing the properties of various things in the game. So like changing your character's nav mesh agent speed or changing the camera's FOV. The system of basically pointers to values that items can change works well. Equipment works. Now we're working on creating that equipment in the first place with those dynamic properties. So I think we're almost there. For some reason, all of our items give you 5 strength for 30 seconds as their display. And that is because we broke something. But that's all right. We're just gonna make it nice. So string line is equal to that to start, switch effect dot modifier type dot modifier type add. Yes, that's correct. We don't. Let's do that. And then we'll say line value and stat. So that would be like times 3 strength plus 6 dexterity, etc. Okay, that seems fine. Now we have a line. Let's add that line here instead of using this override, which coincidentally we are breaking and overriding. So we will add the override back in later, but I was gonna infer this line anyway, so surely that should fix the tooltips. And then we'll test creation as well. The math man. Oh, Mez, I never answered your question. How was my weekend? My weekend was good. I just relaxed all weekend, got a massage, and jet skied for the first time, so it was a busy weekend. It was a fun weekend. Would recommend. Yeah, there's so much broken right now. I still have the like shader things going crazy over in that direction. Our shadow is weirdly like cutting off our legs. I don't know why. We got this sky effect from the shaders. We still need to fix a lot of stuff, but surely. Okay, we've got our attributes again. So they're not all like nice looking, but they are the correct data. So ×6 model scale. There's some tweaking. Let's take that out. And yeah, this should be fine. Let's actually say color equals yellow on that guy. These aren't going to update in real time, but just making the notes while I'm here. And we'll add the spaces to the names, but okay, we're back to data that works. So if we put stuff in here, we still see the correct stat totals. Things look fine. Items work. This is my favorite item, by the way, Tony. It makes you huge. And I wish I had more than one so I could wear multiple of them, but I guess I do have some growth potion, so I love being huge. It'd be fun if there were like puzzles at this scale of the map that you could only do when you were this big, like jumping over a thing or something. Cool. Let's just make sure all looks well. We definitely don't want to equip that. Belt size, cool. Jump height, belt size, blah blah blah. Everything looks good. Stats work. All right, let's test inventory windows broken. Oh, right, because I broke, don't tell anyone, but I broke inventory size as a stat. So let's reload and not equip anything that increases our inventory size and causes indexes to go out of bounds. But let's just create some items that should hopefully have stats. So let's say like extra eyeball and growth potion. Will we get an error? You can kind of watch the console. We have data. We're requesting an image. We got an image. That looks a little odd. Okay, so we got this response. Could you please provide the details of the two items you'd like combined? And that is because, obviously, we are still using the combining ingredients prompt. So instead, we just need to use the new prompt we created. Prompt generate attributes for item. So we'll use that, and that is what we need to fill in our data with here. So that prompt didn't even have these tokens. So now we're grabbing that, we put in the data, and that should work. But we do need to set that on the database. Easy peas. Easiest code I've ever written, and it's going to work perfectly. Surely. Recipe database, generate item attributes, and generate item attributes. Cool, cool, cool. Was there anything else I needed? Don't think so. Let's give it a shot. Alrighty, so let's try this once again. We have a fire resistance potion. Well, I think we took that out as a stat. Let's keep Air Jordans and coal. Surely that will give us some better jump height. Surely. Okay, we got an item. ×2 jump height and +3 move speed. What was the original? We had +3 jump height. This multiplies jump height by 2 and at the cost of some move speed. All right, stuff works, I think. I mean, I guess all we got to do is test. So what's our current jump height? About like that. Okay. If we equip our rocket boots, do we jump twice as high? I think we do. I think we do. Alright, so natural question is, when we add more coal to the rocket boots, we had ×2 jump height. We still have ×2 jump height, but we got more move speed. Now we have turbocharged rocket boots. Let's see, I guess this is our move speed without them. Move speed with them. We're turbocharged. Alright, alright. Can we make them faster? Do we have anything that's like speedy? What happens if we give it a blood mushroom? Alright, I've unlocked a new way of just distracting myself all day, just seeing what I get while crafting. -10 peripheral vision, +2 move speed, +1 current health. Okay, so I kind of get the idea of, like, in a lot of media, when you run really fast, it pulls back the it tightens the FOV to make it look like you're running faster. Which, fun fact, is the same effect as like when you're in a car really low to the ground versus like in a bus or something. You can go the same speed, but you look like you're running faster because stuff is moving in the car. Let's see how this looks while running. That's stupid. You know, he's somewhat fast, but he actually feels like he was running slower because we pulled in the peripheral vision instead of pulling it out. I think. Maybe not. Who knows? But we're going to combine those with a bee. Surely we're going to start flying soon. Because we got another bee ready to add to the mix. And yeah, we do need to do some more like animations and fanfare and stuff while crafting, because especially if we're going to keep adding more stuff to the chain. So plus 0, none. Nice. Yeah, I feel like we've kind of lost the scale and magnitude of the numbers we were working with. So maybe like, actually if we were to combine it with something that has like a big number, sounds silly, but it might work. Oh yeah, we just got plus 0, none on everything now. So let's say we got our giant's ring, which makes us big. Realizing we need to update those effect displays as well. But we've got our ring, so we can combine that with a growth potion. Ring does ×6 model scale. Wonder what we get when we combine it with a growth potion. ×3. Interesting. So that seems wrong and bad. And also, apparently doesn't work. ×3 model scale. Oh, you know what? Did it not generate with while equipped? Immediate and unapply later. Yeah. Okay. So what is its item? It's an equipment. I think we said in the prompt for some item types to always apply that. Let's make sure we have equipment listed there. Okay, it is. Alright, that's fine. We can just, in the code, detect if it's one of those and set it to while equipped. And we probably should literally do that right here. For each effect and effects, we'll do some data cleanup. If effect dot, or actually if item dot item type is equal to this is fine, equal to tool or weapon or equipment, then set the golly gee set the effect application type is equal to while equipped. Just a little bit of safety on whatever we generate. If we want to clamp values and whatnot, we can do it all in here. But now those should actually apply while equipped, so we shouldn't get this bug anymore. It is a bit buggy that the prompt wasn't followed, but again, we're planning on branching out into multiple prompts. This is kind of just like a prototype for all of them in one. Other than that, we probably yeah, we shouldn't allow none as a stat, but we do have it in the enum already, and we'd have to update all that data again if we delete something up front. So what we should do instead is just remove none from what we're inserting in as an acceptable value. Let's grab this. Really acceptable values. What does this give me? String array. Can we do list of string? To array or to list. Okay, so here we actually now just say really acceptable blah 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 dot remove none, and then here we'll just use that instead. Terrible name, but you know it is accurate. It says what it does. Let's call it I listed stat to modify values. Alright, so we should no longer generate plus whatever none on items also. And I do want to, let's change this a little bit to talk about the short effect name, because we never mentioned what vibe that should be. Let's say the short effect name should be a clever name for the effect that's only visible when the player mouses over a buff tooltip, a debuff icon, something like that. Just tell them that it's not always visible. Right. So let's play with some items now. See if it works, see if we can break it. Alrighty. So we've got a hoe and a blood mushroom. See what we get with that, see if we get any stats. I feel like if we if we don't explicitly tell the model that you don't need to have stats on items, it's probably going to put them on everything. It's an interesting item. Cursed Hoe gives you max health, but at the reduction of move speed. Interesting, interesting. The other missing piece to this I'm just now realizing is we have stats working on equipment for the while equipped flag, but I also want to put it on tools and weapons. So when they are like actively selected, they will apply that effect. I think that'll be cool. But that doesn't work yet is what I'm getting at here. So let's take this guy, Cursed Hoe, and Amber. Just make some random items, see if we can break some weird attributes. Enchanted Amber Hoe. Okay, image is terrible for this item. I otherwise like it. Plus 10 peripheral vision or max health. And max health, I mean. Okay. So let's take that. Let's give it some growth potion. Maybe we can make those numbers bigger. ×2 model scale. I think that's less. Oh yeah, we still need to fix this too. That's fine. So I'm also curious, what happens if we take our camera projection item, which does this, and combine it with an extra eyeball? Vision of the Insane. Okay. It lost the camera projection attribute, which I guess we should have expected because it's not a valid one. But that's a pretty cool image. Huh. Let's combine that with an extra eyeball. Maybe we can just keep adding more and more FOV. Let's see, it was Plus 15. This one's plus 20. Let's throw it back in again. This one's plus 40 as a helmet. Interesting. I mean, I think it's so fun to just make random stuff and see if you can make something broken. I like it already. We do need to fix in our equipment window our override is being used here instead of what we did elsewhere, which was somewhere else. Well, all we did was instead of using the override, we're inferring the text, but I just want to make sure we're doing it the same way. So I'm going to go grab it. Where was that? Oh, here. All right, so we'll just take the whole thing. We probably should extract it out somewhere where it can just be a single spot of logic that we can change. But for now, it's fine. Alrighty, that should work. Unicode. Oh, my mid dot. Yes. Interesting. Is it because I copied it out of here? Oh yeah, Unicode didn't show. Huh. Alright, so let me just... color equals yellow here. We'll take the real mid dot, we bring it back here. Byproduct of copying and pasting out of GitHub, I guess. Okay. Let's see if that's fixed, and then we'll play with some other items. And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and increase all of our items we start with. Get us some random ones for more stuff to play with. I think our inventory is like 48-ish. Let's do this actually. Let's say get all those random items of value 1, but also a bunch of random items of value 2. Just some new stuff. Let's see what we got. So inventory is nice and full. If we were to equip stuff, the text we changed is correct again. Good, good, good. Equipping consumables doesn't do anything because it doesn't have the while equipped thing. But if we equip something like this, it does work. So cool. Let's create some items. We got blinders. You know, let's start with 2 items that don't have attributes. See if it tries to give it attributes every time. So we could also just say, like, not every item needs attributes if it's trying to force them. Fruit brick, plus 10 max health. I'm just now questioning, should materials ever have attributes? Because they don't have a way to be used. You can't use a material, you can't equip a material, you just craft materials into other things. I guess they probably should have attributes, because that gets incorporated into the other thing they're crafting. So, side note, I don't think it does, but it should. Whatever this crafts into should probably have some max health. Just now realizing we might not be serializing the effects back into... maybe we are. Okay. Essence of Vitality Wall. Okay, let's actually start heading into town so we can blacksmith up some equipment. But in the meantime, if we take our Vitality Wall and running shoes, maybe we'll get both of those stats on an item. Don't mind me sneaking in through town walls. Move speed and max health, okay. Sure. Let's add some blinders to that, and then let's also... Oh, it's the anvil we want, not the furnace. So let's make like some plate legs of honey. So surely you're gonna walk really slow. This is the other place we need to add attributes to, because this is a separate system, I guess. Yeah, it looks like we broke because it's still using the old attributes. Okay, we'll fix that. Maybe that's what I'll do off camera later. I kind of just want to craft some items now. The crafting system we made works, so I'm excited to play with it. I'm gonna increase my... no, we'll just jump in. But I think we did 2 or 3 larger projects. We got them done earlier than I thought. I thought we'd only be able to do one. I'm gonna just, play around a little bit, craft some items, see if we can break it. If we can, we'll fix some bugs, but I don't think I'm ready to start the next thing because I've been streaming for 4 hours and I think I'll call it soon. But let's let's get some items crafting. So we've got honey and apple. Should that make an attribute on an item? Probably. I mean, maybe. Who knows? Honeyed apple. Okay. So I'm gonna write some notes for myself. Things that we want to add, because probably a lot of little things that I'll knock through next stream, because we want to tell LLM it's okay not to add attributes to items. On consumable items specifically, we need to add item duration to consumable item effect lines. I guess we can't really consume items yet, so that's the last item type that we need to code the functionality for. Wait, yeah, we can consume items. What am I talking about? Where's our... These guys are consumables. Oh, it just doesn't do anything. It gives us +2 move speed for however long. Okay, I mean, you can kind of see it working as I chug a bunch. We're going way faster. Alright, so consumables do work. They can have effects. We should say prefer not to add new attributes on materials. They could probably carry through whatever they already have, but we don't need to be adding more to a bunch of them. We still need to add buffs bar for effects, active effects. So that's like when I eat this orange, and it lasts 15 seconds or whatever it is. Probably a long time actually if I'm still going fast. We want to be able to see that effect. That's where the like short name it will be displayed and little timer for how much time you have left. So we can make a couple of those. What if we take honey and a bee? We probably also want a lot of like improvements to the inventory UI, like different color borders for different item types and stuff like that, and like stacking shortcuts and blah blah blah. But we'll do those another stream, I think. A beehive as a tool, producing honey over time. Yeah, I feel like it's a weird side effect of we tell it the possibilities because it's trying to add attributes to everything. And we also don't have very many attributes, so they're kind of random for now. But it is what it is. Let's take a frozen flower and a rose. Combine those. I guess our beehive, if we wanted, we could run over to a tree, use the beehive on the tree, see what we get. An eternal winter rose, that's pretty cool. Some cold resistance on a material, so you could probably take this to the blacksmithery where, let's see. Wow, we run so fast. So if we run over here, the point of the anvil is to bring a material there and then craft armor and equipment and stuff out of that material. So if we were to take this material with cold resistance on it, theoretically, if we were to craft any of this armor, it would have cold resistance on it. So I think having these attributes on materials makes a lot of sense. We should keep those. I'm not going to do it now because we just saw that blacksmithing is broken, but it's cool to see. You could be making these materials maybe like this, and do we have a cold resistance potion or anything? Cold resistance potion. Maybe we can make materials that are even more cold resistant and then use that as like a crafting process before we make all of our final gear. Potion of frozen love. You know, it would be nice for this crafting bit to be a little faster just because I want to keep doing more and more of it, but I guess that just means bigger servers. We could do that. Elixir of the Frozen Heart. Alright. We keep going. It's always fun to see the codex start to fill up too, with all the items being crafted. And then I think... Did I not add the ability to jump to pages for these? I didn't. Okay. Amulet of the Winter's Embrace. Okay, cool. What if we did that with a Giant's Ring? Could have sworn I added the ability to click on one of these and it filters to just recipes that uses, but apparently not. Colossus of the Frozen Peaks. Doesn't make you bigger, but it's kind of cool. Alright, friends. I think we did a lot. We got a few more things to do, but I'm getting hungry. I want to take a break. It's been really nice having y'all. It's always fun showing off what I'm working on. Thanks for coming in. I think we'll find somebody small to raid. Let me look around real fast. But yeah, thanks. We got a lot more to do, but we're doing fun. We're having fun. So let me poke around here. Take good care. You too. Thanks for coming in, Surat. Let me see if I can find someone to raid real fast. If y'all want to stick around, you don't have to. I usually just like to try and find somebody with just a couple viewers, pass along to friends, because it's pretty hard when you've only got a couple viewers. Like, you don't get ranked high enough, people don't really discover you, so it's nice to pass them along. But also, you don't have to stay. Guess I can be doing this over here. Don't mind me just, oh boy. Just looking around. Just looking for somebody, preferably doing Unity with just a couple viewers. I don't know why my OBS keeps jumping over here. Looks like Unreal to me. Hey, it's me. I could raid myself. Why? Huh. Let's see. Alright, people down here with me. This guy's chill. Doing a dream AI assistant. That seems right up our alley. Yeah? I've got my audio off. I'm just gonna trust. I'll start the raid. Thanks again for coming on in, guys. I will see you next week. I'll see you on the Discord. I'll see you around. We're working on fun stuff, and I can't wait to keep showing it off. In Solaris Software. See you soon, Surratt. I'm gonna put on my headphones so I can hear his stream, and I'll see you on the other side.